I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want to talk?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Okay, so I look like Trailer Park Tammy right now. I have to fix my hair. All right, hold on. Hold on one sec. Let me see. Yeah, so I need help finding the stream. I'm not finding the stream. If anybody, I was on the Tallahassee Democrat yesterday, and I don't see the stream. You guys are so sweet. I'm gonna fix my hair in a minute, but first I have to find the stream. The stuff here, yeah, I'm looking at the latest. The latest is streamed 14 hours ago. Let's see if we can, I guess we'll see if we have to find another stream. YouTube. Charlie Adelson, there has to be something. Let's see, the Charlie Adelson trial. Okay, so it's not just me. It's not just me that can't find it. All right. I see the Law and Crime Network has live coverage, but they're just okay. So Law and Crime Network has coverage. I found that, and right now it's the Florida Seal. So we have missed absolutely nothing yet again. Cool. All right. So I guess we'll use this Law and Crime one instead. It doesn't really matter as long as we get to see it, right? Okay, sorry about that, guys. So why is this so dark? So I turned the brightness down. That would be why. So I have an older Mac that has 2 USB ports, and that's it. So you have to use dongles to get stuff to work. And I spent a while yesterday trying to get both cameras to work and the microphone at the same time and the mouse just so you guys can take a look at the pets while they're sleeping. I just have to figure out how to get them where I want them. Okay. Law and Crime, you look kind of fuzzy. I hope they're image updates. That looks terrible. Quality. We're going to up this quality. Oh, that's way better. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to share screen and we can stare at the seal together. Yeah, I'm not going to get up until I turn my camera off because I don't, like I said, I don't have pants on because I'm not ready yet. I wasn't going to turn my camera on for a little bit, but I'm brave and here I am. I didn't want you guys to keep waiting while I was trying to get stuff to work. Okay. So let me share screen and we'll look at the Law and Crime Network. Let's see, share screen. I mean, I work from home, so I normally don't wear pants, but yeah, we won't get into that. Okay, here we go. This is the right one. I almost shared the wrong screen. No, oh, almost there. Here we go. Oh, I guess I got. Oh, all right, I'm up at the. All right, is the top left? Is this a good spot for today? I can keep moving if you just want me to keep doing all four corners all around. I can do that too. That's fine. Yeah, I wear pajamas or I hate wearing jeans because no. So did the defense finish questioning? No. Unfortunately not. We assume that they have at least another hour. Good God. Probably going to be more transcripts, be more phone calls, more children in the background, phone calls torturing Dan's poor family. I can't wait until that part's over. It's been so redundant. It was mind numbing yesterday. Like, I got so bored. I couldn't just sit here anymore. I went and got, I was playing with my dinosaurs and I started drinking at 4 o'clock. I don't normally do that. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll cover the logo just to be safe. Let me get a sticky note. Doot. I've already had some run-ins with them, so I'll be safe. All right, where's my stickies? Here we go. You know, we'll do a blue sticky because blue's my favorite color. Yes, I definitely have. Yeah, if I hear I knew it was the police one more time or extortion one more time, I was gonna lose it. I don't know if anyone here has seen really my sticky won't go to the extended screen. Come on. Almost there. I don't know if anyone here has seen Love After Lockup, but there was an episode with Destiny and Sean, and he had to pay her bond, and it was 50,000. And he said it like every other sentence that he's responsible for $50,000. So that's what it reminded me of, the repetitiveness of that. Oh, you know what? Maybe we'll do a cute little animal video to cover it. How about that? YouTube duck. Let me find if YouTube wants to cooperate today, if it's not super slow. Come on, YouTube. You can do it. Christ. Okay. Let's look at. Okay. Finding something to cover that. How long is this? Michi, don't do that. Okay, we'll try this. Finding something else, and I sing at home by myself. So I just did that randomly, forgetting that a bunch of people are listening to me. So we're finding something else to cover that corner. And it's going to be some cute animals because we like cute animals. And hopefully YouTube cooperates. Yeah, I am, because YouTube's being too slow. I'll put my face there, but I don't want to, no complaining. I'm not moving it again. It's okay if my face gets covered by some comments. It's all right. Because StreamYard freezes a little bit when I mess with that, and then it can cause an issue. So once I'm moved, we're staying there. So, all right, let me move myself. Come here. We're going to edit. Edit. Oh, I can't see where it is. It's in this corner right here. Right there. All right, save. Okay, there we go. Perfect. You guys are so smart. I only slept like 2 hours last night, so I'm not super quick this morning, so I may need some more suggestions today. So let me get back to the chat. Yeah, well, I still don't want it to, suck. So I want it to be great and fun. And oh, I needed to test something out. This is the perfect opportunity for me to test something out. Let's see. All right. So I was messing with some stuff. Closing all that. Come on. There we go. All right. Let me separate this. Yeah, see, I was just reading on the DoorDash Reddit, and DNA did not arrive. And of course, you're talking about court when you say DNA splashed. Like, that's the joke, but I was thinking of DoorDash. See, I'm not with it at all this morning. I woke up at 3:00 in the morning. I have no idea why, and I've been up ever since, but that's okay. Yes, Brandi is back in court today. She'll be giving us live updates as soon as they get started. They need to hurry up. Yeah, court said 8:30. I thought it said 8:30, but they never start on time. So we'll see. All right, let's see. Yeah, still nothing. So yeah, Brandi was tweeting. I haven't seen her in the chat yet. Have you guys? Did they say 8:45? Maybe they said 8:30 for the jury to be there. Report at court at 8:30. Yeah. Oh, here comes my cat. Can we? No. 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 Okay, here. Kitten, do you want to say hello? Oh, God. Oh. My little destroyer of things that wants to knock everything over and hang out on the desk and just, yeah. I love her, though. She's absolutely wonderful. Well, I'm glad for any of the mods that are here. I appreciate your help very, very much, as much time as you can put in today. Okay, so now that I have this up, I want to see if this works. I want to see if you can hear this. No, that didn't work. Never mind. There we go. Okay, let me try this again. So for the YouTube channel, it's exactly how my username is, Jessika For Justice, all one word. YouTube is dumb in that way. Oh, good. Brandi tweeted that she has a good seat, and the deputy straightened Charlie's tie, who looks nervous. Of course he's nervous, because he knows that the defense is going to be the one questioning him today. Kitten, what are you... I don't know, the cat's getting into something that she's not supposed to be in, but that's okay. So once they get started and I make sure everything's working, I'm going to feed my animals and finish getting ready for this morning and get the groceries that I left in the trunk. Cat's running around on the bottom. I'm sorry. It's like she sleeps all day, but when I'm doing this, she wants all the attention in the world. Yeah, the defense yesterday said that they only had about an hour left. Let's hope that it's only an hour, because I can't take another 6 odd hours of that. It was almost 7 hours of that yesterday, which is insane. Yeah, cross will be way better. Yeah, I need to finish setting up everything. I got everything connected yesterday before I can show the animals. And the cat is trying to open my closet. All right. So, do you guys want to know how many times extortion was said yesterday? It was a lot. My cat's name is Addie. So extortion, the extortion count from yesterday was 97, which doesn't surprise me one bit because he said extortion so much yesterday. Apparently, I don't know what is up with my cat. She just tried to open the closet and ran out of the room like a crazy thing. Come on. I'm trying to adjust the windows and things are being a little slow. All right. Yeah. Doesn't surprise. Oh, we got movement. We got movement. Oh, there's closed caption. I don't hear anything yet. I don't hear any audio. Is there no audio? Uh-oh. You hear it. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Well, I guess at least there's captions for now. Oh, haha, it's muted. Haha, just kidding. Never mind. I told you I'm not awake this morning, and I am a certified computer technician. Worked on computers for 10 years. Yes, I fixed it. Audio is back on. It was muted. But there was closed caption. Do we want closed caption? You guys want closed caption? I like closed caption. So we'll have closed caption on unless it becomes a problem. All right. Yeah, I got the see, it's not muted, volume's up all the way now.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. We are going to continue with the direct examination of Mr. Adelson. Mr. Roshbaum, when you're ready, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. On call number UU, which is on May 4th, 2016, around 11 minutes into the call, it's a call with you and your mom. You ask your mom if everything is okay. And she says she doesn't want to talk on the phone. And you ask her whether you should come down, and you agree to meet the next day. Do you remember that call?
Yeah, I do.
What did you think when that call happened? Did you think that there was another activity?
Yeah, for sure.
And in fact, excuse me, on that morning, your mom had received a text in the early morning which said, "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the number now, or I'm going after the 100K. The 100K that they're threatening to go after is what? Do you know what the 100K is?
The reward for the solving the murder of Dan Markel.
Okay. And you see that text. Did you go meet with your parents the next day on May 5th?
Yeah, I went down in the afternoon the next day.
And when you saw that text, did you take it as more threatening or less threatening than the prior activity by law enforcement?
Much more threatening.
And how were your parents when you saw them?
My mom was upset. I mean, she gets a message, a call, a text at 2:00 in the morning from some nut who may be a Latin King gang member, and maybe we're wrong, and it's not the police, and it is a Latin King gang member.
Now, at this point in time, though, what was your firm belief?
I was fairly certain it was the police.
So you have this discussion with your parents, and I think it was outside by the pool, right?
Yeah.
Community pool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what do you and your parents decide?
I said it's more than likely the police, but it still could be some crazy guy who's not afraid. I mean, I'm very afraid of Sigfredo Garcia, so this person is obviously not afraid of him. So it could be a nut or it could be the police. I said, I want to hear him one more time to confirm that is the police. So when I spoke to them, I said, you know what, can you please call this guy up and record the conversation so I can hear him again.
Okay. Now, You leave your parents' house and you go to a friend's business. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I went to my friend Adam's office.
Okay. And at some point in time, while at the business, there is a call, and I believe this is YY. Well, before YY, there's a call where you're talking with Catherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
And you tell her that you're going to call her from a landline, correct?
Yes.
Now, first of all, why do you tell her you're going to call from a landline?
Because I was just pulling into his parking garage and I was about to lose reception, get into the elevator, and I get bad reception in his office.
When you called her from the landline,
Yep.
Did you call her cell phone or did you call another landline?
No, I called her cell phone and I told her I was calling her from a landline because if she didn't recognize the number, she may not pick up. So I was telling her I'm going to call you back in a minute, but I'm going to call you from the office.
Did you tell her, I want to call you from a landline to another number?
No, I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just wanted to have good cell service.
Did you do star 67?
No. I just didn't want her to see the number and not pick up because she won't recognize it.
Now, on May 6th, after some calls back and forth, your mom reaches the undercover, correct?
Yes, she does.
And we've heard that call with your mom, but what does she tell the undercover to do?
She says to him, go to the police and go get your reward. Call the police. If you know what happened, go tell them what happened and collect your reward.
Now, you and your mom had known what had happened to some degree for 20 some odd months.
I found out a lot in 2016 before I went into the restaurant, but yeah, we knew a lot more than the police knew.
Why didn't you go to the police and collect your reward?
I would have been killed. I didn't want to tell anybody. So they would have come after my family.
Now, after your mom speaks to the undercover, she speaks with you, right? And that's State's Exhibit CCC.
Yes.
And she says that she used a handpiece. You remember that?
Yeah, sure.
What is the handpiece that she's referring to?
I'm assuming it was her cell phone, but I didn't know if it was her cell phone or if she recorded it with an old-fashioned tape recorder or how she did it.
And she says that there's a new app she loaded. What did you understand that to mean?
I guess she loaded an app on your telephone that allows you to record a conversation.
And she said, you asked her how long was the call, something to that effect. And she says that it was 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And that was significant to you. Why was it significant to you that the call was 8 minutes?
Because it meant the guy who was threatening wanted to talk for a while. And I mean, when someone's extorting you, they want something, they're straight to the point. They tell you what they want and what they're going to do to you if you don't pay. And an 8-minute call, again, wasn't the way it was done to me.
Now, during this call, there's words like patient used by your mom, models, dental models. Why is she talking the way she's talking?
I'd lectured my mom on being really careful about what you say, and I don't want to talk about anything involving the extortion or anything that happened. So she went overboard with some things. I mean, she could have been more blunt, but I mean, this was just her overall just being super careful.
Is your mom scared?
Extremely scared.
The next day, May 7th, do you meet with your parents?
Yes, they came to my house.
And what did you do with your parents when you met with them?
I went outside and my mom played the recording of the of the supposed Latin King gang member that was trying to extort my family for money.
And after you heard the recording, what did you think and how did you feel?
I felt so much better. I mean, I wasn't happy that the police thought that we did a murder, but I was very happy to know that it wasn't the Latin Kings that were extorting my family again, and that nobody was going to get hurt. Nobody was going to get killed. So I felt very relieved.
Now, DDD, which is a call on May 7th in the evening, is a call where you're talking about a CD and dropping the mic, and there's a lot of background noise in the back. First of all, where are you when this call is happening?
Okay, it was a Saturday. It was the Fort Lauderdale Air and Sea Show, and I was on a small boat with my friends, and they were blasting the radio, and I was drinking, and that's when I made the call or picked up the call.
And why are you talking the way you're talking on the boat? How many people are on that boat?
There was like 6 or 7 people standing around me, and I wasn't about to let anybody know what was going on in my life.
And again, why are you relieved?
I'm relieved that it's the police. Nobody's going to get killed. My mom's, for 2 weeks was afraid that someone was going to get hurt her, and then someone else in the family was going to pay. My dad wasn't going to work. He thought he was going to get killed in the parking lot. And then after hearing that call, that's not a worry of mine anymore.
Do you remember when you found out that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested?
Yes, I do.
How did you find that out?
I got a text message. It was a text message I got.
And did you think that you were about to get arrested as well?
Did I fear I was going to get arrested?
Yes.
I didn't think I should get arrested, but I know that this was definitely the police that were doing this investigation, and I know why they were doing it is they thought that we were part of this murder.
Did you ever reach out to Catherine Magbanua after the arrest?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because my friend, who's a close friend of mine, an attorney, called me up on the phone, and he said, do not call Katie and do not talk to anybody about this case or what's going on. And Katie never called me either.
With regards to Catherine Magbanua, when the arrests occurred of Catherine Magbanua, did you still think that she was not guilty?
Yes.
When did that opinion change, and when did you realize that she was actually the person behind the extortion?
It wasn't till 2019 when she went to trial, and she said that she never knew who Dan Markel was. She didn't say anything about what really happened. I found out then that she was cheating on me with Sigfredo Garcia, and she was sleeping with him at the same time she was with me. She was lying about that. And then I saw her bank account, and then I was like, this girl's not broke. Like, I was getting played, and I saw all the money that was piling into her bank account.
And did all the pieces then start to come together for you?
Yeah. I realized what happened.
Now, we've heard some testimony that after the bump and after the arrest, your personality changed.
For sure.
That testimony true?
Yes, it is.
Why did your personality change?
I mean, the police thought that I was part of a murder. They're releasing a probable cause affidavit saying that they want to arrest me for murder. I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I knew that there wouldn't be any evidence to show I had anything to do with the murder. But, it's scary as hell to think that you're one signature away from losing your life.
Now, we've also heard some testimony that throughout the years, you would get upset when you would see or hear the news about this case.
Yes, very.
Why would you get upset?
Because they don't have any idea what really went on. And I couldn't say anything to anybody.
Charlie, I'm going to ask you again. Did you have anything to do with the murder of Professor Dan Markel?
Absolutely not.
Were you a principal in his first-degree murder?
Absolutely not.
Did you conspire in any way to murder him?
Absolutely not.
Did you solicit anyone to murder him?
Never.
One moment, Your Honor.
John?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Do a quick audio test since Mr. Rashbaum was hooked up, Your Honor, before we get going here.
That's an excellent idea. Okay.
Mr. Adelson, is it doctor?
It is, yes.
All right, doctor. Have you ever heard the saying that the simplest explanation is always the most likely? Have you heard that?
I've heard that theory before, yeah.
Was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
Do you, I mean, you have a thorough explanation. Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
Do you agree that the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations?
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
I want to go through some of that. You claim that you were extorted on July 18th, 2014 by Catherine Magbanua and also in the background, some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Catherine Magbanua.
You weren't?
Okay, that's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay.
And that's 2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. We got that right. The time of the extortion.
In 2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial?
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail awaiting trial. Yes.
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So you strike that. On day one, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin King?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone calls.
No texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about in 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Did you have any contact with the thugs that were getting your money for 2 years?
No.
Did anybody put a gun to your head?
I was told that I would be killed in 48 hours if I didn't pay up.
I heard you say that, but
Yeah.
my question is, did anyone put a gun to your head?
You're asking me, did anyone pull a gun on me?
That's what
Is
I
that your
asked you.
question? No,
Yeah.
nobody pulled a firearm on me.
All right, so when Catherine Magbanua came to you on July 18th and said, open the safe and give me all your money, she was not armed.
She was not carrying a gun that day,
And
no.
were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe, yes.
Were you led to believe or told that the bad guys are outside, right outside your apartment or your residence?
No, but I was led to believe what they did to Dan, they were going to do to me.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did she say, like, the car's running, I'm going to take the money out there to him right now?
No, she never told me that they were waiting for me outside my house.
In fact, she stayed the night with you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And didn't exit your house with your $138,000 until the next day, right?
Correct.
And the money, the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000 and had a staple in it.
And stapling money's a little unusual. Would you agree with that?
For me, it wasn't unusual. That's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it with a staple or a paper clip or an envelope. I just know what I do.
Would you agree, Doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killers were paid in stapled money and came up with that information in this case?
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of, I paid, but I did it under duress, based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right. So Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her.
Right. Why did you do that?
Because I was being extorted for $250,000.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did. And there's a big difference between the two.
Okay, well, the way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific. Please.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me. And I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed. The person that came and extorted my mom, that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000. Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $333,000. And when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming they got the $333,000 from.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer. Isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay. Was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $333,000.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing for Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $333,000.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $333,000. Yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magbanua, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings?
Okay. Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night. Okay. So that night happened in 2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece, she's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe sitting here in 2023 that she was in on the extortion for sure.
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah, sitting here today, we can. Sure.
We'll refer to her as an extortionist. So this woman, the extortionist, is going to do you a solid by negotiating with the Latin Kings for you to get on a payment plan for the extortion. Isn't that what happened?
What you're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said, because I didn't have the money, she said, asked me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014. And I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend, and if that's okay with him, she took her purse took her keys, took her cell phone. She walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
All right. And then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning, she left with your money, right?
She left about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wendy, even though, according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right. But you did go to the gym that morning, right? Could we show that text, please? Were you able to go to the gym the next
I
morning?
absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
But you didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McBanoa on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, can we just pretend like this never even happened? So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her, like, I'm trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely. That's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
All right. So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. All those hours of you talking. There is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
And yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay. But nowhere, even in the midst of this whole second extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually, I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said it, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that into my dad's ear, and that's why I went in and said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time. So
At Matsuri, the only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you'd come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's nobody to corroborate this testimony?
There is.
Okay. And the Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
you just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
Well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone every time. when you were talking on the phone for
No,
hundreds of hours on this wire.
there's always a chance that I was being listened to.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. And you were talking about it.
I whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy. At that point, I thought I had privacy.
And Catherine Magbanua and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up when I confronted her.
But if this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. Always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted. So I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that conversation in the car had been recorded?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it prove your theory?
Yeah.
That you're talking about the
If I
prior
think about
extortion.
it, then you'd know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded. And then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like, I wouldn't even say the words to her when I was in the car.
Okay. Was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom, and I would say, it's not the same person. Like, that was in reference to what happened to me, and she knew that.
What call do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was Tuesday, the 26th. And I said, it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26th, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end. And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person. So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago and has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct?
All right. So I want to go back to Wendy. Wendy is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car and they're coming back. Yeah.
All right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what I don't she wasn't planning on. It wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes. She's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markel than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendy, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markel in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were. But would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. Okay. I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop them.
Okay. Where did Wendy and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute and your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system. Yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So like wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post murder. Do you agree with that?
I know there was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me, and I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed, and I carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time, after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money.
Yes.
All right, and the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right. So you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed.
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right. Then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magbanua broke up, according to your direct. Did I have that right?
That's not correct.
Oh, when did you break up?
Within a week. I met her. We went out to dinner. We went out to eat, and I just said, "This has got to end."
All right. So you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her, that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her and I said, listen, I don't want to surround myself with this. I'm scared. She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me. And she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you've testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for nice things to do for her because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magbanua a week after the murder, Did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated for sure.
Talk on the phone
And texted, yeah.
and meet up?
No, the only time I would see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books because none of this money was going to her and she was needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that, I mean, have sex with her.
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay. When was that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we broke it up.
Okay. Well, there was one other occasion before that in October of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about because July, let me count the months, July, August, September, October. So, okay, so 4 months. I mean,
okay. And there's another one on October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay. Well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been.
Could it have been 2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, I don't need help. I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone again. Erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me. Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
On
in 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
Right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019. So you're taking what was known in 2019 and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in 19.
I'm not trying to say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/11 of 14, she sends you #bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On 10/6 of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14, thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
2/24 of 15, you agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say, I love you to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of this. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy. And I felt like she got dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger. Initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him, but
you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfredo was behind this.
So wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
We spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't considering.
You were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kick, right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine Magbanua.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
Okay. And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Yes.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it as she's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit
Is
from
she
somebody.
the one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person, yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth.
And
right?
I looked at that I ran my mouth too. And if I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her.
Did
you have any
zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers?
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers?
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case?
Absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned?
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
On 1027 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you're lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
1027-15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 1030-15, you tell her you miss her. 12-9 of 15, again, you tell her she's the best.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now, okay?
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date me. Like at what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration, that she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still going to be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
All right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts, where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her. You're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and a bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. And now you're finding it out.
Most people don't send kissy faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
Again, Ms. Kappelman, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand
Tell me
over
I'm wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And the checks, which is another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
Okay. It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the money.
Half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think she was sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing it, that's your point. She must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how I saw it.
It's not a lot of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Tell me about Dan Markel a little bit. You sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, a nice enough guy, typical Wendy boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common, but he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Markell boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom? I mean, we hear them a lot, right?
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out, yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That was the same day. I mean, that was the same call that got broken up, and she called me back. But yes,
doing their bedtime routine,
helping my sister out for sure.
Reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. All stuff that parents and grandparents do. You're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You got to brush your teeth.
Things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
Yeah. Well, dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendy the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you?
Before
this case.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
No, I mean, she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No,
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, bad mouthing her. But I think any parent would get upset.
But also, she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about the time around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it had kind of like tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem.
He
with
was
him.
being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendy, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do. And I was like, hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't. And she's like, well, I don't have that skill. And I'm like, well, it's a good opportunity to learn it and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else. But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendy? Did you get information from Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree and Bree worked for Dave. So I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree. So I kind of had an inside, I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his, after she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24 and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendy and Donna. So Wendy, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. Please. Yeah, would you? That'd be great. Please go to 209.
Which where are you going? On this way, just stop off at there and anyway, so I just put the date no. Oh, did you? So I just called an old fart. She's a few months older than me. But so I actually went to her birthday. Turns out Wendy's making her a little party in Cleveland. Oh, really? Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped. You're not kidding. So what she do is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason. It's because she doesn't want you to know anything. So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything. I don't know. Be happy. Yeah. And then I can find everything out and just tell you. I know. It's great. So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it quickly. Aww. So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got. And that she was going to be here tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning. Right. I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad. Oh, yeah. I couldn't imagine. Oh. Yeah, you sounded good. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday saying you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
and you're putting the whole case together with the word roughed up. Like,
yeah, I mean, I'm not putting the whole case together.
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
But that's
Please wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's an unusual, I mean, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it, but did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck, yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Catherine Magbanua about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say
that was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son, Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I always try to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that here in court, yes.
I heard about that, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that, I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he, in that grandma motion? You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Is it your mom? I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
but is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
To a certain extent. I mean,
aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
Yeah, those are my words, but you can't, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it till years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs and how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markell to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. And if I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
My sister had no idea what I've been through in the last, God knows how many years, and what I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life, and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. Mm-hmm. You know, probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her, because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing? Other
than give her advice and care about her, be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her.
can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder of Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stock the bar party for buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot and they were asking her who would want him dead. And she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my charges.
All right. And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach your honor?
Okay.
This is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine McBanoa.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read. They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time. Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay. Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendy over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what? He just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. And she had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markel right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She's probably, I think she said, "I don't feel well." And I say, "Oh no." And then she threw up.
Before that?
No, I think I said, "Oh no." And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
Just how's the food? How's your, I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful, but he's very low key, like t-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful it is. The point I was making is that my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school. And it was they've been friends for years. So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls. And The Wire started in April. My sister's birthday's in April. Dave's birthday's in April. So you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered?
Absolutely not.
When you said
No.
you've already gone above and beyond?
No, that was me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great of a guy as he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually I was going to pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
Mm-hmm. That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important, so that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest
Financially, you paid $138,000, then you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question, but paying $3,000 a month for life is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did. I
got extorted for $330,000.
And then you paid, but you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I had to clean it out my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendy was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life, yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yes, like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19/14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
She used a curse word, correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I've been called a lot worse, but I mean, listen, my mom used a curse word. She used a curse word. You just use curse words too. So
was Wendy less stressed? Was Wendy less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
No, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money, you keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well, it has
she gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust. And my sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19/15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure.
The fact that he lost sleep over money and not the murder just shows that he's a cold, callous person there.
Which one?
Glasses. You can look around for context if you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
And if that refreshes your recollection, the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her
And
kids.
did you believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine Magbanua actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her as something when I was dating her, put her as something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment." To which you respond, "No problem." Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there. We'd sign a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the two trips that the killers made.
That request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the two trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right, so that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, it's a text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
The text was sent in June.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
Before I was extorted, yeah. Before I broke up with him.
And you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
She was doing some type of cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No.
What's the purpose of keeping Katie happy? Was she gonna sick the Latin Kings on you if you made her unhappy?
She was protecting me. I didn't know what would happen, and she was keeping my mind like when the extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it, and she was protecting me. Usually, extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of not keeping her happy? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who were extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just, I mean, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do. And then yeah.
So why reach out and say, "Hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?"
I never said, "Can I get you a trip to Key West?"
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night. The postcard inn. Do you recall all those conversations?
Oh yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for when she picked up that bag at my house. I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying like, "No thanks," and you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually it's funny. At that time in the wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
In this case, she says, "I don't want to do anything." And you say, "You know what? F that. You're going there. You're going to have a good time."
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for. You're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with, and she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding, and I took out my credit card and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid for
Oh, yeah,
the
no,
trip to
I remember
Santo
that well.
Domingo. So
For
go
sure.
quicker if we could just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magbanoa and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions for Catherine Magbanoa?
She was a patient of record of my office.
Did you pay for a meal service for Catherine Magbanoa?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer that she could use your Range Rover anytime?
I said she could borrow the car, sure.
Did she talk about getting a boat and you offered to help her get a boat?
I never offered to help her get a boat. I offered to help her look for a boat.
Did you pay for the breast augmentation?
No,
No part of the breast augmentation.
not at all.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Is she referring, can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for her boo job.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia? What was the bonsai tree in the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud?" My next door neighbor's Bud, and she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what, when I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me, and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor for her.
And you said, I don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely, by the way, I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Well, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she had asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her. And then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her. So I started to joke around about it. And then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me, because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
All right, can't agree to that. If a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magbanoa and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic, and sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's, even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Catherine Magbanoa that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad. She's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday. And she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay, if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and would find out about the president. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know what she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with dad. She was with dad, just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, not. But I knew what it was about.
20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay, and the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah,
Was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Okay. Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, still working on dad's birthday present. Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then at
what
1 a.m., I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., mom texts you back, I know you'll, and I think she was in Israel, so that may account for the time, but she texts you, quote, I know you'll come through for me. Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with a few weeks before my dad's birthday and trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there were some in Tallahassee and in Canada as well.
I know there was.
But did you go to either?
There was a memorial service here.
Did you go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
When did you?
I wasn't close to him, but either way, I mean, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like shot twice in the head.
I found out. It would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first-degree murder?
Do I agree?
Planned, premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him, yeah.
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted?
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
Even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Markel suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you had done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine Magbanua said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house. And
No, I mean, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
All right, and do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you
I
said.
think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine Magbanua got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, and yeah, I would have opened up my safe and I would have given them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Markel advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe, but this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000 a month.
But you could have gotten extorted for life just by the threat of death by Latin King, couldn't you, doctor?
I mean, this was as real of a threat as you get. I mean, these guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest?
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanua's arrest, correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How, if the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out then. And instead, I found out that she was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
So if her defense had been, I was an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in and told the truth, and yeah, for sure, you would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Okay, what about Wendy and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically today as we sit here?
Yes.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but even after
me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I spoke and told what I know.
But what about, I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Magbanua. My understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
These are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened when I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said, just it's a long story. I brushed it off and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? You're not dating Katie. And that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high-strung, but she does worry about her kids.
You don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. You could have told her, Katie's down on her luck and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. I mean, you were making enough money. You could tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay. At that time, I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings. But when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed. They at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad. Don't say a thing to Wendy. You got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out, is when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. You know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5. Okay. I need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV. And you keep circling and circling and circling TV, you're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair of the TV that you bought Wendy as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln, who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a couple of coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon for their Stock the Bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon on that day at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And you might not be the right Katie talk. That doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her, I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, you call your mom back and you say, you probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before, and her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
Sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay.
Even if they had any evidence, the first words out of your mouth on this clip, even if they had any evidence. No. Strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Right. Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something that we were part of. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now. And I
Isn't
still say
it
the
true,
same
doctor,
thing.
that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off from
I was
the
sure they're
killers.
not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if this person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, where's the weapon? And he's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless. I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So that's why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying with someone who knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess. And that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder. So this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police. And this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that what you told Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir.
Sorry.
Did you say that to Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, never. Never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's start with, strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right. And you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be clip I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is, like, even if, let's say, you just have my car, and then I go ahead and I get the car, and I go, when you're dating the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, and she got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they come and they get the DNA in the car, they go, yep, she was in my car. He sat in the car for 2 minutes, got an EMC, and then got out of the car. He has nothing to do with you guys. Outside of that, there's no evidence. And, you know, if you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car, okay. But you have to prove that they were also driving that day and rented it and rented to a friend. What if you rented a car and I go, hey, can I borrow for the weekend? I'll bring it back on Tuesday. You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. You've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go to the and okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it, but what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. My point is, I don't have any knowledge of it. Evidently, this person is either pretending to or does. I don't want someone paying for this.
Sounds like you're saying even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone to the Prius, that's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an
on redirect? You'll have an opportunity.
Well,
my question was.
One moment. We're not just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me to answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Help yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on, and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car?
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you, because you know now that Sigfredo is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people that killed Dan?
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that like the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it. Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down and he'll proffer 10 years and now tell us everything you know or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin
Yeah.
Kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So that's I was saying, if they catch the second, they're going to turn in on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Catherine McBanois on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine McBanois that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now. Yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I fear for my life.
And then you say, "So help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit, because this will be done." You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him. I was not talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill. Yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we can do that sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking second extortion. Okay. I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you'd have to kill him to stop it. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right. Thank you. Nazis kill, right? Isn't that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people.
That exterminate, right?
That kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her, but basically saying I'm going to have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
And you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap. You never disrespected him. And you mentioned that, you don't think that I assume you mean these other people, associates that have contacted your mom would want to mess with his connections, right? You remember?
You're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Can Garcia help stop the second extortion? Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. That's exactly what I said.
On the topic of conversation for Catherine McBanois, don't you say, I look for things to do? I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things. Right?
Absolutely. Because that's proving what I've been saying all along is that I didn't think she was part of this. So I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday, I brought up there. I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken. For sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. She said it's the police. You can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when
or you
these
could keep getting
guys,
extorted.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Catherine McBanoa?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. The other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine McBanoa?
In there?
Yeah.
Because I know.
But she knows too, doesn't she?
So I repeat myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother how extortion works, and has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say, shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine McBanoa, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine McBanoa?
Do you want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The wire
Can we
was in
agree
April,
that
she was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire, and that 6 months later, Catherine McBanoa was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Did you encourage Catherine McBanoa to reconcile with Garcia? That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
I mean, however you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct, for sure.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me?
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder.
There was a lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that I've gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015. Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right. That's a civil complaint, and somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified, but it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There was never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
It was more able to hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. You now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday, almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, doctor?
I was extorted and I knew a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Oh, the person had to cough before they muted it. I don't want the coughs in my ear.
Before we redirect, do any of the members of the jury need to take a break before we continue with the examinations?
Yes.
The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room. We'll have a brief 10-minute break before we have a redirect.
Yeah, I really hope that wasn't it, because I would hope that she's not done. She needs to. I really hope that wasn't it. He did do all right. He started to get upset, so she needs to keep going. I did not see the behavior panel. Yeah, I think he's pretty confident.
We will reconvene at 11:20.
All right, 10 minutes. Get a 10-minute break. So if you need to go.
Very well. You can sit on the record. You can sit at council table, sir.
Yeah, I really thought that she was going to go the whole day like the defense did. I thought that she had a plan to wear him down and have him slip up, and That's not what I expected either. I really thought that that was gonna go a lot differently. So we'll see how. Oh God, the defense again. It's gonna. I hope it's not more calls. I really don't want to listen to those things again. They have said extortion less so far, but does anybody know what he is extorted for in 2014? I know I heard that it was a woman, but for what? Why was he extorted before? Yeah, he did have an answer for everything, but of course he's paying a defense attorney. So the defense attorney is going to make sure that he's prepped. They've probably been preparing for this for a long time. They know how she does stuff. Yeah, I really thought that too. But I do agree with Shelley. I think that it showed how cocky he was and that he thinks he's untouchable. Yes, hopefully her closing will be fire. I think that she asked a lot of good questions. He did contradict himself, but I was uh really I was hoping that it was going to go a lot longer, but he didn't go forward to the police. Why wouldn't you go to the police? Why wouldn't you go to the police after especially after the other three are arrested? That doesn't make any sense. So we will have to see. I mean, everything's not going to be like Law and Order, right? Where they get angry and they freak out on the stand. So I was I was kind of a little hoping for that because he was getting frustrated. He started getting angry. He leaned in to the mic, started talking louder, and those sorts of things. I did notice the judge being more active today, saying, "Don't talk over each other," and those sorts of things. I wish that they could tell him not to keep going over the same things over and over and over and over, because we've heard the same things. We heard the same things for 7 hours yesterday. But it definitely doesn't look good that he didn't go to the police after everyone else was arrested, that he didn't go to the police when he's being extorted, and he's already been extorted once, so he knows how it works. And why would you think that a Latin King gang member would be able to convince the police or the law more than you as a dentist? So yeah, none of it makes any sense at all. Oh, I don't remember. I haven't watched Perry Mason or Matlock or any of that in such a long time, or Murder, She Wrote. I don't remember how Perry Mason even goes, but yeah, as long as the family gets justice and they're satisfied with the outcome, that's all that really matters. Yes. So like Michael said, the prosecution can object. There were a couple objections yesterday, but not too many. So I'm wondering why that was. But I'm really, really, really curious to find out what that extortion was in 2014. Did anyone hear anything more about that? Yeah, she should have started out with the other times he called the police and put him on the defense. He wasn't expecting that. Yeah, maybe she was trying to wear him out before that. But But I do agree that he got more defensive as when he sat up and, started speaking into the mic and being louder, he was definitely annoyed. The snark going back and forth, there was definitely a lot of snark and contempt between them. Yeah, why did they like the whole story just doesn't make sense. Well, he technically is a doctor. He's just not MD. He's a dentist, but I feel like she's doing it. I don't know, condescending. I don't know if she's doing it to be condescending or what. Why do you think that she's calling him doctor? Because the lawyer wasn't doing that. His lawyer wasn't doing it. So why is she? He did. I thought he was very condescending as well, and it bothered me that when they asked if he had trouble sleeping after the murder of his sister's ex-husband, of course, they're not going to be close or all that stuff. But even if I'm not close with somebody and they're in my circle and they're brutally murdered, that's going to bother me for sure and going to impact me. But for him, he was more worried about being extorted. If the deliberations take a while, it's probably because they're going through the divorce binder. Right? If only. Donna extorted him in 2014 about their love affair. Okay, that part I didn't know about. So why he wasn't. Yeah, sorry. My brain's trying to make sense of what I'm reading and it just doesn't. It's not. Georgia's unlikable. Yeah. They were condescending to each other. I definitely agree with that. They were.
Charlie Adelson. About this idea, this theory, this defense put forward by Adelson that he was not involved in the plot to kill his former brother-in-law, but that after Dan was killed, his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, one of the people who was convicted in this case, came forward to him and says, I know who killed Dan, and now they're threatening you and want you to pay up. And if you don't pay up, you're going to be killed. Let's take a look.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment. To which you respond, no problem. Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there. So we signed a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the two trips that the killers made.
That request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her.
All right, let me turn the sound off on my computer. That's all I can hear. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry, I couldn't get over to the other part of the other screen. I couldn't do anything, and it scared the crap out of me. I think I'm gonna switch streams because we were so yeah. Anyway, so pausing that. I think that I saw the Tallahassee one up, so we're gonna go back to that. Now that there's a break, we got a couple minutes, so I can go back to the other stream that we were using before. But yeah, my mouse didn't want to leave my first screen to go to the screen that I was sharing. All right, so we're switching All right. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to switch from this one. God, it literally scared the crap out of me. I don't know if you guys saw me jump, but I was not expecting the sound to come back on because they were still on a break. All right. Okay, so it looks like the other one is up. I guess they were just later, so we'll go back to the stream we were using yesterday. All right, share screen. Here we go. All right, we got the other one back. Okay, there we go. Now it's the Tallahassee one. Yeah, I definitely see discussion in the chat that's going two totally different ways. Some think that she did a good job, that Georgia did a good job, others do not. I mean, we'll see. So do you guys think, so some of you think she didn't do a good job, others do, so we'll see. I would do a poll, but I don't know how to create a poll. I asked the mods that, so we can take a poll. Yeah, let me see. So again, yeah, this is my own second time only doing this, and some of those things weren't explained to me, so sorry. But we can do ones and twos again if you want, if you think it went well, and others that don't think it went well can hit 2. So put a 1 if you think cross went well, put a 2 if you think it did not. And I'm still poking around on here to see if I can figure out how to do a poll. Thanks. Yeah. So again, we're switched over to the other troll alerts. Okay, so yeah, we definitely got a mix of ones and twos. Yeah, that's a pretty mixed thoughts. 1.5. You think that it kind of went okay? Unrealistic that she could do more with the full-blown sociopath. One and a half, a few 1.5s, 1 3/8. Yeah, I didn't realize it was over. I didn't realize that it was over. I thought that she was going to keep going. But so I do wish that she kept going rather than stopping the way that she did, but we'll see what happens with the defense. I just really hope that they don't play any more of the similar tapes. Yeah, when you have years to prepare, you can sound confident with what you're saying. The amount of detail, though, is, unless he has a photographic memory, because I can't remember that amount of detail. I do. My cousin has a photographic memory, and I have a couple friends that do too, and they know a lot of detail, but I don't. There's no way that I could recall things the way that he has in the amount of detail that he has. Yeah, a lot more twos than I was expecting. She let him off the hook really quickly. Most prosecutors love getting defendants on the stand. Yeah. Yeah, some people think she was getting too frustrated, that he had an attitude. So we'll see. Yeah, so we will see what happens. We still there's still a chance. There's a chance that it could go either way. You know, it only takes one juror, but even if they're back. At least this time they won't scare me with noise.
May Mr. Adelson take the stand? I mean,
Yeah. Come back and take the stand, Mr. Adelson.
Oh, we see part of Brandi.
Still have a few jurors using the restroom, and we'll get started after that.
Supposedly redirect will be brief. I certainly hope so. Yes, the person that they were focusing on that is in front of Brandi is the victim's mother. Okay, so I guess we're still waiting. Yeah, the chat is really fast. It was going really quickly, and it's been kind of jumpy too. So sometimes I'm selecting the wrong comment in the chat when I'm trying to highlight stuff. Yeah, the stories that he's telling isn't making any sense. None of it makes sense. He really should have came up with a much better story. I'm sure he is very happy with himself right now. Ooh. Here we go. Let's see. What did Brandi say? If it's brief, we will probably have charging conference after lunch. Then all that's left is jury instructions and closings. Yeah, usually cross sways your emotions completely back to the certain of guilt, and that didn't happen. It's easy to get your lies straight when you're pathological. Yeah. Do you have your verdict brows, Brandi? Yeah, well, it's not. Well, if it's accessing the channel itself, I don't have access to the channel. I'm using StreamYard to access this, so I have no permissions or anything on the channel to do any of that. Yeah, I would be shocked if it goes into deliberation today. Well, it depends how long this is. If they finish up before lunch, maybe. Yeah, there was not a whole lot of yes and no answers. There was a whole ton of ton of details and explanations. So we'll see. Yeah, I do agree, Noms, the pause when she asked why he didn't go to the funeral and then his answer was cold. I agree. His answers in general about that were cold, regardless of if you're close or don't like your sister's ex-husband. That's still the father of your niece's nephew, and you wouldn't want anything to happen to somebody like that. Like, that's impacting these children, and it should impact your sister, you know? Like, we're getting the juror gallery gossip. Thankfully, because we got Brandi there, so we'll see. Just finished work and joining us. Yeah, they're probably going to do lunch, I would guess, in an hour or so. So then you should have some time to catch up. Right. Like, at least even if you hate this man, you know, it's your sister's ex-husband, it's still the father of those kids. Those babies need their dad. Oh, okay, we're back. Let me see if the audio is back.
Be seated. Members of the jury, I was informed by an unnamed source that some baked goods have made their way into the jury room. If there is a red velvet cake and no one brought enough to share, contempt powers will be exercised. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may redirect your client.
Thank you. You remember when Ms. Kappelman asked you about that text on August 25th, 2014, when Katie said to lose her number? Do you remember those questions?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that within 12 hours of that text, you're offering her help on her car with an individual named Sully?
Yes, I remember that.
Why are you offering her that help just within hours after that text?
Because I wanted to keep Katie happy, and she was getting mad at me, and I needed her protection. I didn't want her to stop protecting me.
Now, there was a lot of questions about timing, and I want to make sure that everyone has this clear because it's really important. In 2014, did you think Catherine Magbanua was extorting you?
No, not at all.
Now, after she went to trial and testified, and after you saw the evidence of the money that was in her accounts, did you know that you were wrong and in fact she was the person who was extorting you, either with Sigfredo or without him?
Yeah, and that wasn't until 2019, 5 years later.
So when Ms. Kappelman shows you all of those text messages and emails in 2014 that seem friendly, at that point, and in 2016 that seemed friendly, and all the gifts, At that point in time, what did you think she was?
I thought she was protecting me, and she got dragged into this the way I did.
Now, do you remember when Miss Kappelman showed you that indictment?
Yes.
And it had your name on it and Catherine Magbanoa's name on it as co-conspirators?
Yeah.
Do you remember when she directly asked your sister in this courtroom if she participated in a birthday gift for your dad of the murder of Professor Markell?
I remember her asking that.
So her name's not in that indictment, but were you in this courtroom when the first thing in opening the state put on the board was a picture of all of you, because their theory is that all of you participated in this murder, right?
Yeah, they said me, my mom, my dad, my sister.
And their theory is wrong about your sister, correct?
100%.
Just like it's wrong about you.
100%.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you about you paying over time as opposed to just paying the money all up front. Why did you pay over time?
The reason I didn't pay it all off is because it became like a life insurance policy. And I felt like every month when I paid, I felt like they weren't going to kill me, because if they killed me, they wouldn't get the money next month.
Ms. Kappelman asked you, does it make sense? Why wouldn't they just rob you? Remember she asked you that question?
Yeah.
Were you in the courtroom? Do you recall when you were in the courtroom? Do you recall Luis Rivera saying he just wanted to rob the lady? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall he said that Sigfredo Garcia told him that Katie told him, we can't just rob the lady. We have to do a murder.
Yes.
Now, you don't know. You were told in the car that Luis Rivera was the killer. You've learned since that Sigfredo Garcia was the shooter, right?
I learned that he was convicted of shooting Dan. But in 2016, when I was sitting in the car, Katie was telling me that he went up in the rental car and that he was high on drugs, and that it was Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, that killed Dan.
She was protecting her husband.
Yeah, that's what she was telling me. At the time, I thought she wasn't a part of it, and she was telling me the truth.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you about other times that you have called the police since this case began. Well, not since this case began, but since the events of this case. She asked you about a photographer in a car. She asked you about a woman who's the child of the mother of your child when you called the police. In either of those circumstances, was someone threatening your life?
No, not at all.
In either of those circumstances, was someone threatening your family's life?
Not at all.
In either of those circumstances, had within hours before someone been shot in broad daylight in their driveway?
No, not at all.
By the way, you're heard on the wire about at some point your jet ski getting stolen, right?
Yes.
And do you recall what you say on the wire about your jet ski getting stolen?
I said, I don't even want to catch the people.
Well, I'll ask it a different way. When your jet ski was stolen, did you call the police?
Objection, relevance.
I
Sustained.
Judge. May we go sidebar, Judge?
Approach.
I think this is the first sidebar of the day. And I think one of the other reasons why they're not charging his mom is because they need to have proof. It's hard enough to get someone convicted. Prosecution's not going to go after something that they have a very low chance of winning. Sidebar, it's sidebar time. Do, 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 do. All right, so we need to come up with a song for the Latin Kings but the theme to the Prince Ali song, and somehow we have to put Tato, Tito, Toto, their names in it too. So we'll see how this case turns out, and then that'll go from there. If the prosecution will do anything else. God, his poor mom. Where'd Brandi go? Oh, lady's really digging into her eyes. Oh, there she is. There's Brandi. Xanax bar. Oh, yeah, he probably took another Xanax before testimony, too. Letting kings make me do things that I don't want to. Yeah, letting kings make me do things that I don't want to. I was extorted, but never reported it to the police. Dun 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 dun. Okay, we'll come up with more later. Yeah, like I'm not messing with Latin kings. I lived in Miami. I'm not doing all that. No. But that was, yeah, I liked that. I randomly like to make songs out of other songs. I have a theme song for my dog that I like to sing. But I don't know if I'm gonna sing my animals' theme songs. The cat has one too. The cat, it's Crazy Cat to the beat of Maniac, you know. She's a
Continue with your
crazy cat.
examination.
Oh, a whole new world.
Jet
Yes.
ski getting stolen.
Ooh,
Yes.
jet ski.
Did you call the police when your jet ski got stolen?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't want the people who knew where I lived to come back if I put them in prison.
No, I'm calling the police, bro.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you several questions about why now are you telling what really happened? Tell the jury why you're now telling what happened.
If I don't tell everyone what happened now, I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison for something I didn't do.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Step down, Mr. Adelson.
I'm shocked. I am shocked that that was it. That was brief. He wasn't kidding. Ooh. Maybe he has a crush on him. Like, I don't understand why he's like so connected to this guy. Yeah, why wouldn't you report? But I maybe his so I had some stuff stolen in my house in Miami, and I knew who it was, and I went to the police to report it, and the police talked me out of reporting it because they said the person knew where I lived. But I was like 20, 21 then. I was young. Because you better believe anytime something else happened after that, I went to the police. He's too old for that. They're not going to come kill you because you reported a jet ski stolen. He's really worried about somebody coming and killing him all the time. Like, he's a pretty paranoid guy. I wonder if they're going to break for lunch early. We'll see. That's so funny. I have no idea what the verdict eyebrows are. I'm going to have to find out. Yeah. You're not supposed to be making facial expressions, head movements. I don't know if they can really do anything about that. For him nodding.
All right, members of the jury, I have news that's going to make you terribly sad. Well, before I give that, Mr. Rauschbaum, do you have any other witnesses you intend to call?
No, Judge, we rest.
Does the state plan to call a rebuttal case at this time?
No, Your Honor.
With both parties having rested their cases, I am going to release you for the afternoon to return on Monday. I know, shocked faces. With that, once again, I'm going to give you the same instruction. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any news coverage. do not find out any information concerning this matter. Again, this is going to be extremely important in reaching the end of this case. This instruction is being given to you for a very specific reason of not causing a mistrial by taking in information that did not take place in this courtroom. I know everyone before has agreed to abide by this and also related that you understood this instruction, but the reason I keep repeating it is because it's that important. Have a good weekend. We will see you Monday morning for closing arguments. Please report at 8:30.
I wasn't expecting that. I'm surprised that, yeah, that they're, well, the attorneys did approach about something, but we don't know what they approached. I'm surprised. We've only been here, what, 3 hours? We had 9.5 hours yesterday, 6 of those being the defense questioning. Oh,
Donuts, no interest. There's gotta be something good. All right, for the attorneys, we'll go ahead and go into recess now. When we come back from lunch, we will have the charge conference on the jury instructions. The initial draft that's been sent to everyone, both parties have it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, other than what's already been sent, did either party request additional instructions?
The state has not.
Nor does the defense.
All right, there was one other instruction that came to mind given all the discussion about intent and context. Within standard instruction 13.1, there's a definition that defines intent. I've previously given it in murder trials as a standalone instruction, which basically would give the jurors a definition of what is intent. In this matter, I would believe it's appropriate. I'll allow you all to raise any objections or concerns about it as we get into the charge conference itself, but I just wanted to make you aware it's part of the edit that I have been working on.
Can you provide the number one last time?
Yes. Standard instruction 13.1. This is the general burglary instruction, but within the definition section of that instruction, intent is defined, and that definition of intent would be what would be given unless either party is objecting to it taking place. Right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. We will reconvene with the charge conference at 1:15.
I wasn't expecting that at all. I really thought that it was gonna keep going. I really don't know what I'm gonna do with the rest of my day now. I literally prepared to just be, well, at least I got my grocery shopping done at 6 o'clock in the morning. So that's done. Man, I'm so sad that it's done for the day. Yes, I got boar's head American cheese. I got mozzarella cheese. I got a mix of, Mexican cheese. I got cheddar for crackers. I got white cheddar too. I got a lot of, and I got lunch meat too. I got boar's head lunch meat. It was very good. And I found New York strip steak on sale for $5.97 a pound. So that was the highlight of my morning. I don't know if Brandi's gonna call in. I'm trying to find out if she's gonna call in. I texted her, see if when she gets outside, if she can. I'm not sure. I'll wait a few minutes before we disconnect to see if she will. Yeah, the jury charge at 1:15, but nothing else is gonna happen today. They're sending him home. I don't know. I don't know. Because the jury charge is just going to be, nothing happening. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, if you want to watch the jury charge, I'll stay. I got nothing going on. Yeah, I see a lot of people saying that Georgia was weak, overestimated herself. People are disappointed with the state, not as effective as they could be. Jury makeup, Brandi had put it in yesterday. I think they're mostly in their 30s and 40s. I don't remember the mix of men and women. But the nodder is supposedly an alternative juror, so we will see. We'll see about that. Okay, so these are the stats for today that I have posted. 2 sidebars, 5 objections. Testimony was only 2 hours and 45 minutes. It was almost 7 hours yesterday. Lord, allegedly 196. Extortion, 88. Well, I need a snack. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what her closing is. Maybe there's something else in there. I'm interested to see the closing from both of them. Oh. I need to eat lunch, and I have lots of options today. I didn't eat breakfast. Again, definitely going to eat lunch, but I don't know what. Okay, so it is 11, so it's 12 there. At an hour and 15 minutes, they'll have the jury charge on. I think Charlie has a great chance of getting off for a mistrial. It's possible. It's definitely possible. It just takes one person, and hopefully the one guy that seems on his side is the alternate, like everyone says. You, Raul, the only thing that you missed is that it's over. Yeah, I'm not responding to specific question. I'm reading from the chat and commenting on that, and I put the other comment that I was responding to up already. And so yes, she did rest already. The state has rested. It was done before they went on the break, and then the defense came back on, and it was super quick. The defense came back on because the state made a point that he didn't call the police for what happened, but then the defense asked the question, did you call the police when your jet ski was stolen? And he said, no, I didn't call them because I thought they would come back to my house, which is stupid. They know where you live anyway, come steal more stuff. They're not probably, yeah, the whole thing is just, so I mean, if everybody wants to stay on to listen for jury instructions, yeah, we can totally do that. And I have no idea. Brandi didn't tell me if she is or not. So I don't know if Brandi is going to call in or not. So I texted her and I'm waiting to see. And I need to plug my phone in. Charlie provided Dan's information. Without Charlie, there would be no murder, period. Okay, if you guys want to stay, I'm down to stay. I was actually sad. Yeah, so I'll stay. I'll stay until we're done for the day. So, yeah, I got snacks. I got tons of snacks. I'm ready. I think I need some like actual strong caffeine though. I don't have as much energy as yesterday because I only got 3 hours of sleep. So, okay, if y'all want to stay, let's stay. Because the only thing I'm doing today is hanging out with my animals. The reason why I don't have the pet cam on while I have this camera on, I can only put one of them on at a time because of we don't want my computer to freeze. So when I get up and do something, I will put the camera on the animals. Yeah. Thank you for letting me know, True Crime Ranch, that we stay, because, you know, I have no idea what I'm doing, or that wasn't really explained either, so. So, yeah, I'll be here until it's totally over. Oh, hey guys, we got something.
Hi. Hello. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you. I'm just gonna move you up real quick, but you can go ahead and talk while I'm moving, because right now your square's on top of my square.
Oh.
Because I had to move it. Because the other straight. Okay, that's good enough. You can just be on my head. That's fine.
It's hard to see. I am. I'm at lunch. I'm going to, I guess, go back for the charging conference. I had a feeling that they were going to do this where they send the jurors home, because there's no way to get the charging conference and the jury instructions and closings done today. So I kind of had a feeling they were going to do this, but I actually was expecting today to go a lot longer. So, but I am shocked at the one juror, and like all of us in the gallery have been talking about, have we not? Like all of us in the gallery have been talking about the one juror. Like everybody has noticed him. Everybody has, said like that's a problem. He's so like his like I know I don't have any room to be talking. I can't fix my face. I know that, but he's worse than me. And his isn't just fixing his face. His is like he's constantly like nodding and shaking his head. When Georgia was doing that, yeah, he's doing like this, and when Georgia was doing the cross-examination, he was like, he kept making faces. He would go, like, he would do like that. Like he was, just like, I can't believe you're even asking that and stuff. It was crazy. It was crazy. I can't believe that he wasn't kicked out at some point. When Charlie got off the stand, I have to make sure there's no jurors. When Charlie got off the stand, he like almost looked at him like, you did good, bud. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? It was ridiculous.
That's so weird. Do you think that anybody else has noticed, the judge or the state or anybody?
I don't know how they wouldn't have noticed, honestly, because I mean, all of us in the gallery noticed it. All of us have been talking about it. One of the Patty, she's a radio host here. She was telling me that she noticed that, she said it was her friend in the front row doing media who he was, I guess, he winked at and stuff. He's like giving Sonny's daughter the eye and like looking at her and stuff. Like it's weird. It's weird. He shouldn't be there. It's
so
weird.
he winked at some.
Yeah,
random...
He's like super creep. And I think that's why he likes Charlie, because Charlie gives off that vibe too.
Yeah,
So-
no, he definitely gives off the creepy guy vibe, and having a 24-year-old that much of an age difference. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It's the thing is, like, because you're not supposed to talk about the case or anything like that. Like, jurors are not supposed to like talk about it, communicate it, whatever. You're not supposed to have any kind of communication about what you're thinking or feeling or believing in the moment. So, making a face here and there is one thing. Like I said, I can't fix my face. I get it. But he is so like animated in what he believes and what he doesn't, that to me, that's communicating about the case. So I don't, that's why I don't think it, I don't understand how it's allowed, but I've heard from multiple people that the way this county does it, the last three that come in, that are the three, because they all come in the same row, they sit in the same seats every day. And I've heard from a couple different people that the last three, the ones that are closest to the door, are the alternates. So that would make him an alternate. So if that's true, then, that's good. But I don't know. This one's going to be hard to tell. It's hard too, because, they don't even, like, the jury doesn't know everything that we know.
Mm-hmm.
So, juries are unpredictable. You never can really tell, but man, this one's going to be a nail biter.
Yeah,
So,
I really have absolutely no idea which way this is going to go.
Yeah.
Because of, like, I didn't expect the state's questioning to go the way that it did at all. It was less than 3 hours.
Yeah.
Which I thought that she was going to drag it out more. So to like exhaust him and like get that aha moment, and that didn't happen. I thought that she was like ramping up to it because he started getting frustrated and he like leaned forward and started talking louder. So I'm like, okay, she's getting to him. And then it's like, okay, we're going to break now. We're good. I'm like, what just happened?
Yeah, I was shocked too, because like you could tell as soon as he started to kind of lose his cool a little bit, then it, it didn't, it would swap questionings. Rashi was like on the edge of his seat the whole time. Like, I think he looked a little bit nervous. There was a couple times like when he was objecting, like he would kind of jump up, and you could tell he was like just waiting for the moment to jump up and object. So.
Yeah. Would you call the police if your jet ski was stolen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing is weird, because I mean, I was talked out of reporting something to the police when I lived in Miami, but I was also 20, 21, and it wasn't a jet ski. Like somebody had stolen something from my house. I knew who it was, and the cop was like, "Oh, they know where you live." That's different. There's a connection to that person.
Right.
And I was also young. He's so much older, and he has money. You can afford a security system. You're just going to let these people steal that stuff from you. And the jet skis aren't cheap either. And who's to say they're not going to come back regardless? So it's just, it's crazy to me that was what the defense had to bring up, that, he doesn't call the police for anything, apparently, because that's where he got upset.
Yeah, because but he did, he did when it came to, Heifer's trying to extort him, apparently, the way that he looks at it anyway. So he's except for her.
Like, how many times have you been extorted, my guy? Right? Like, what have you done in life that you keep getting extorted? Like,
yeah. Look, when Georgia said the thing about you gave us that puzzle piece, I smiled and I was like, "Fix your face, Brandi, fix your face." I was trying not to, because I was like, if they catch me smiling on that, because I wanted to go puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
But she got a couple little digs in there that were, enjoyable, some shade, but
yeah, it was definitely it was snarky. They were going back and forth, and just the way that she was saying the curse words, like I couldn't help but laugh here. And there's a clip on Twitter of that, but they're trying to show that he's laughing, and I'm like, ha ha ha. But But I didn't laugh the second time, and nor would I laugh if I'm on trial for murder over the F word. That was crazy to me, that you're gonna keep laughing like it's like you're a little kid. Curse words. That was weird to me too. And the fact that, they asked if he didn't lose any sleep, asked if his sleep was impacted, and he's like, well, because of the not extradition. I've heard it, extortion. I've heard it 17,000 times. Because of the extortion, he lost sleep, but not because his, nephew's father was murdered. Even if you don't like the guy, that should still bother you.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things that, there's a lot of things that I was surprised by. It didn't quite go how I thought he would have gotten a lot more rattled for a lot longer. But he did, in between, you could tell like he was very like nervous and kind of fidgety and, pacing and rubbing his face a lot and stuff like that. So,
yeah, he's definitely fidgeting, blinking. You can tell that he's nervous, of course.
Yeah.
But he was coming across, the way that he was testifying today was much different than what it was yesterday.
Yeah. I'm reading some of these comments. Like some of these comments, I'm not seeing some of what y'all are seeing.
For what, in the courtroom?
Yeah, some of the stuff. Well, some of these are just, I don't even know who you are or why you're being a jerk, but some of them are like, some of the stuff I don't like. I guess what y'all are seeing on the stream is not what we're seeing in the courtroom at all. So, like with Georgia losing her composure and stuff like that, like she's never shown losing her composure at all in here. Like it's a very different. Everybody here says some stuff very different than some of what I'm seeing in the comments, but.
Well, and everybody's going to have their different opinion and views from what they've seen. Because I did a number poll, because I don't know how to do a poll in the thing. So when I asked, did you think Cross was effective or not, 1 and 2, and it was split. 50% thought she did a good job. 50% thought that she didn't do a very good job. I think people were expecting fireworks and this aha moment. There is a lot of evidence. She wanted to make him look a certain way on the stand. And maybe she did achieve that. I don't think that she did bad, but I thought it was going to go longer.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of people, were expecting like her to be a little bit more aggressive. But the thing is like she hit all of those main points, so she kind of like, she hit all the main points and moved on. So I think that she still covered everything that needed to be covered. And, when she said, the very first thing she said, is like the simplest explanation is usually, the one that makes most sense, or whatever that saying is, and there were a couple times too where she would say something and he wouldn't agree with her. Like, it would make sense to keep, if you're in an extortion plot, it would make sense to keep everybody happy. And he's like, I'm not in an extortion plot. And he wouldn't answer, like there were a couple things where you could tell that he was getting kind of defensive. So I think that it may not have been like the, hollering and, hooting and hollering and all that like a lot of people expected. But I think that like the points that she hit on were still very precise and like, very calculated. So I think it, to me, it's hard for me to think, because like there's so many things that we know that the jury doesn't. So it's hard for me to put some of that stuff aside to, try to remember what they do and don't know. But I mean, everybody was, paying attention. That one juror, he's a weirdo, but other than him, everybody was paying good attention. So maybe her goal was to show that he has an answer for everything. Yeah. And I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, he had an answer for everything, but his answers for everything also did not line up with each other. So that's the problem too. It's like, in the whole extortion thing anyway, it's like, if somebody's going to extort you for money, they're not going to like, you know, find an address for your ex brother-in-law and go kill him and then be like, hey, give me money. You know, like it's going to be like, hey, give me money or else I'm going to do, you know, this or this or this. Like that, it logistically, it makes no sense. So
it doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Like, I would make sure that I'm going to get money. Like, why would you take that risk and not make sure that the money's there? Not make sure, like, I like that they call it the layaway, the
yeah,
layaway plan. Nobody does that because how do you know? How can you trust that that's going to happen? Like, this person kills people. And if you're being extorted,
yeah,
go to the police. You're so scared of the
yeah,
Latin Kings. If you go to jail in Miami, that's not going to work out very well for you if they come
yeah,
get you for something else. So yeah, I'd be pretty upfront and have a lawyer. I
yeah.
mean, you should always have an attorney when you talk to the police, but
This
yeah.
too, Lisa did see, he seemed very studied. He was able to repeat the exact dates and times and how far into the call. When he said that, I was like, that is the most, I feel like that was a big misstep on his part because like he showed that, you know, he sat here and that doesn't come off as truthful. That comes off as, well, here's my answer for this because I've studied this and, you know, look at this date and time and this, because nobody like who's telling the truth about something from memory would have been like, you know, no, this is what I was thinking. They wouldn't have been like, oh yeah, hey, on, you know, evidence B at 2 minutes and 27 seconds in, you know, that was so calculated. And I thought that was one of those moments where we were all like, all right, we see you. We see you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he definitely prepped a lot.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
because that was so rehearsed and I didn't hear anybody say that he has a photographic memory. So how do you remember all these details?
Yeah.
Most people don't remember things that detailed. Some people do have a photographic memory and remember things very, very detailed, but not one time did he not have an answer for something. He had an answer for literally everything. If I got on the stand and got questioned about most things in my life, I would have to say, I don't recall, I don't remember. Can you give me a little bit more information, more details? There's no way that I would be able to remember all those things. And that's something
No.
else that makes it fishy. There's too much detail with that too.
Yeah,
He's
because that's not
definitely
just remembering the date that something happened. That's telling you the exact call and how far into it was. You know, that's not just like, oh, I remember this. That's I studied this, and it comes across as very calculated, and you know, I think it said a lot. So I think that you know, I'll be curious to see how closings go. But I really wish they would have had them today. But I kind of knew that, you know, I even said it earlier. I knew that was going to happen. You know, that it would end up being Monday. But I was like, man, it would be lovely if they happened while I'm still here. But,
yeah, right. You're not going to drive back on Monday.
I thought about it. I don't know. I might have to see. I kind of feel obligated to, but
you got to see it through. You got to see it through at this point.
I know. I might work on that this weekend and see if I can figure it out. But all right, well, I'm going to eat my lunch. I just wanted to give y'all updates. So
all right. Well, thank you so much for calling in and saying hi to everybody. And we're just going to hang out until it's over. I thought that we were like done and people are like, no, we stay for this. I'm like, great. Cause I have no plans. I bought a ton of snacks this morning and I'm ready to camp out. So, and everybody wants to know where your verdict brows are. So
yeah, it's not going into verdict watch yet. So that won't be till Monday. So I'll have to do the verdict brows on Monday. But unless I'm here.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Just draw them, you know, have very big verdict brows. It's your eyebrows. They can't, I mean, we've seen some people's eyebrows that are serious about those eyebrows that look crazy. So you should be able to walk in there however you want.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all. I will see y'all. I'm going to stay for the charging conference and, you know, hear what all they have to say for that before I go home. So I will see y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, I'm so glad that she was able to call in and say hello. Yeah, and let's have everybody respect each other's opinions, whether they agree or disagree in the chat. Let's all be kind and nice to each other. I do appreciate the mods taking care of some stuff, but everyone, you know, it's okay to have a difference of opinion, but let's be nice. You're doing so good. So let's keep it that way. All right, let's see. All right, now I gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat for lunch. I have Boar's Head lunch meat. I even got those Tostinos pizzas. I love those things. Like those crappy little pizzas that are like this big, and they used to be like 75 cents. They're $2 now. Just crazy. I always have one in my freezer, just in case. So I have those. I'm gonna eat cheese. I'm definitely going to get some crackers and a block of cheese during this and set up over here. But yeah, I would be so sore if I was sitting in the courtroom. Yes, party pizzas. Twin mom, yes, party pizzas. They have a 4-pack now that used to be so cheap. Now it used to be $4. Now it's like $8. It's wild. Even those, but they remind me of the school pizzas that we used to have in elementary school, middle school, high school. And yeah, I love those. My roommate hates the pizza rolls and Tostinos. I love those. And sometimes, Lisa Dempsey, sometimes you just have to run into a gas station and get food. Wawa has pretty good food in general, so hopefully you got good pizza from Wawa. Yes, the rectangled pizzas, those things. If I cook it, I will show you guys. So, how long do we think deliberation? I'll take a lunch break eventually. I'll do it. I'm still figuring out what I want to eat. It takes me forever to figure out. Oh, spaghetti with chicken cutlets would be great. Italian is definitely one of my favorite foods. Yeah, it could be a hung jury. Honestly, I have no opinion one way or the other if it's going to be a hung, a conviction, guilty, innocent. I really don't know. I think that it could go any which way. So I'm not going to say which way it's going to go because I have absolutely no idea. But I do see a lot of people saying it's going to be a hung jury. So we'll see. We'll see if it's a hung jury. Maybe if they do become a hung jury. No, I do. I eat good. I promise. I love like good food. I love cooking and chicken and vegetables and all that stuff. But when it comes to quick food, those things that are, super quick in the microwave but I don't microwave Tostino's pizza. That I have a little air fryer oven thing. So that I'll use instead. Sometimes I don't want to use my oven. I like quick, simple, good things. And sometimes you just want nostalgia, like those pizzas. But, I was going to get a rotisserie chicken this morning, but I forgot that they don't have them ready at 6:00 in the morning because they make them fresh and they didn't even have any leftover ones. And I was very upset about that. But I have regular chicken in the freezer. So I will survive. But the best part was getting the New York strip steaks for $5.97 a pound. Yeah, I didn't normally the rotisserie chickens are out at like 10 or 11, and I just didn't consider that they're not there in the morning that early. And going shopping at 6 in the morning I thought was going to be so much faster. But it wasn't, because there was so many people working in the store and like stocking and in my way, which isn't their fault. I didn't get to run through as quick as I did. And then they only had a couple registers open that were self checkout, and I had 52 items. So it took me a lot longer than I wanted to this morning. And that's why. And that is why I didn't have pants on when I started the stream, because I didn't get back home until 7:07, and I had to shower and get dressed and get everything going. I'm just glad that I troubleshot stuff last night and didn't have to deal with that. I definitely need a massage. If I'm going to start streaming, I need to get a more comfy chair, because my shoulders is not feeling it. If they get a conviction, they won't stop there. It won't go after Donna, because there's not enough evidence to show that she knew about the murder. I think Charlie took it into his own hands. I think that you are likely correct there, John. I think that the prosecution's probably not going to try her unless they have really good evidence. It would be a waste of the state's time and money. Joey H, I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue the next trial Brandi will be covering. I really don't know a whole lot. I'm just here hanging out. Brady and I didn't have too much time to discuss everything before, because it was so last minute. But if I ever cover her again, I will get so much more information so I can answer some questions. And if they get a hung jury, I really don't know if they would try it again. I would hope so. I know a couple cases that have been won after being a hung jury. I was on a jury where we were the third time it went to trial, and we got a conviction then. It really just depends. You're going to go pick up your drink. What drink are you going to get? What are you going to get? I only have I got Diet Coke, and I got some Southern Comfort Black. I didn't buy that. My roommate did. It's actually pretty good. I like it. I don't normally pick up Southern Comfort, but Southern Comfort Black is really good. All right. Well, you know what? When I get up and finally go get my food, I'm going to point the camera at one of the animals, because you don't need to stare at the Jurassic Park toys when I'm not here. You can look at them. They're both sleeping. The cat is on my bed, and the dog is right next to me. Let me move this one so I can show you the dog on the floor who is laying on my charger. Come here. Okay. This is what my dog does most of the day when I'm working. So that's my TV stand. My master bedroom is pretty big. I'm lucky with that. So I have my desk, my work stuff. And so this is where she will hang out all day until I am done work. And then we have the cat over there on the bed, and she has not moved at all whatsoever. Neither one of them are really moved. And I do have the other camera back here, so I will position that one when I go finally make my lunch, and you guys can stare at them. Jurassic Park toys haunt you? I mean, unless it's like that book where the animals come alive while you're sleeping. Let's see. How old is my dog? She will be 12 next month, in a couple, November? We're in November. 20 days. I was thinking of doing like a virtual birthday party for her. I don't know if that's sounds dumb, but she's going to be 12. Sharpay average age is 10 to 13. I want to celebrate. I want to document her birthday and do all this stuff. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry that yours are not napping. Mine normally nap. Okay, so I have one person that will come to the dog's birthday party, so maybe I should do it. Feel like Wendy's actions day of the murder really show that she knew something what was happening that day. Yeah, sure does, doesn't it? Oh, and I finally, if anybody's interested in following me on any platforms, I finally created a link tree. I have caught up with technology, and everything that I have is in one link because that's what it's designed for. And I don't know why I never made one of these before, but here we go. Yeah, my dog will bark if there's, somebody knocks at the door or something like that. So somebody is asking, what did Wendy do the day of the murder? My understanding is that she went by the crime. Can somebody put in the chat, what is it that she did on the day of the murder, that Wendy did on the day of the murder that makes you think that she's connected? Yes, that's what it was. And I'm going to put this comment on the screen. Wendy got the TV delivery and then she went to a party, passed by the crime scene, and bought Bullet whiskey. Yeah, I missed when she was on the stand and all that part. So Wendy went by the crime scene. That's what I thought, but I don't want to just assume or say misinformation because I haven't been as up to date or following the case like y'all did. I'm just now getting into all that. Okay. Let's see. Bullet whiskey. I don't think I've had Bullet whiskey. Have you guys had Bullet whiskey? Let's see. She drove out of her way to head to the liquor store, went by her ex's house, saw the crime scene, turn around without calling to check on anybody, knowing something happened. Yeah, that's the gist of what I understood. So I do appreciate you guys filling in the blanks because there's definitely some stuff that's happened in this trial that I don't know or recall. My memory is not that great either. You could ask me about the testimony that we just watched and I would probably say I don't recall. Bullet rye is better than bourbon. I'll have to give it a shot. I love trying new stuff. We generally keep some sort of whiskey bourbon in the house, Evan Williams, that kind of stuff. I think my roommate only got the Southern Comfort because it was on sale or something. Oh, we got jokes. I didn't know alcohol came in bullet form. Probably does somewhere. Yeah, I'll try anything. Well, not anything, but I will try things. I definitely recommend Empress Gin. Empress Gin is really good. It is imported from Canada. It's purple. It's made with pea flour or something that makes it purple. But there's another version that they just came out with that's pink and it's made with roses or something. So that is my favorite gin. Gin is my favorite liquor. I bought Snoop Dogg's gin. I don't recommend it. I was very disappointed. Like your whole thing is gin, like gin and juice Snoop Dogg. I expected high quality. and it's not. But the Empress gin, best gin I've ever had. Hendrix is good. Hendrix is good gin too. And when it comes to rum, my favorite rum is Havana Club, which was made and designed in Cuba. And it's so good. Way better than Bacardi. But the problem with those two brands is those two are not in most bars and stuff. Let's see. How did the police know she was having lunch at that restaurant to go get her? Chat, please tell me. I have no idea. They're probably watching her. I don't know. Bombay's good, yeah. I would assume that they knew where she was because they were watching. I don't know. I just know in Law and Order, they know where they are all the time to arrest them. Yeah, 19 Crimes is another alcohol that Snoop Dogg has. Lady Libra mentioned that it's overrated. Oh, this is cool. Hold on. I wish I had kids to do this stuff. Not a big drinker, but I see they have a Snoop on the shelf. Guess who's visiting our house this year? Snoop the Elf. That would be pretty freaking awesome. Not uncommon to drive by your ex-husband's house to be nosy. Yeah, some people definitely do that. I have some friends that would do that for sure. Yes, just watch Law and Order for Mariska. Yes, she's amazing. There's 24 seasons of Law and Order SVU. I rewatched the entire thing. I'm on season 24. I'm almost caught up all the way, and I don't know what I'm going to do with myself once I'm totally caught up. Snoop on a Stoop. That's an even better name. I like it. See, I still don't know what I want to eat. I'm definitely going to get some cheese. Let's see. We still have 45 minutes. Still got 45 minutes. I am going to restock my drinks and get some snacks and be back and focus the camera. It's so weird having like it. This really looks funny. If you guys saw my tweet when I brought this in my bedroom, this camera, it's normally in my living room because I DJ sometimes on Twitch. My roommate had some questions when I brought that camera in the bedroom, so I made sure to tell him what I was doing before he even thought to ask. Never have anything to eat the day that you get groceries. That's why I get quick, simple, easy stuff. That way I can eat something quick and easy. And yes, Melissa Ann, Empress Gin. That's the one that I was talking about. It has purple or pink. They have two different ones. I've only had the purple one. The purple one is very, very good. I mean, even if I ordered, I'd probably end up, I don't even, see, I'm so indecisive that I take forever to pick what I want for ordering out. So I think that's another reason why I have, quick snack stuff that I can do easily because I will take forever to make a decision. So I'll stick to the same things over and over because it's simple and easy and I know I like it. Taylor, hello. What did you miss? So after the break, that the defense went up and asked him if he called the police when his jet ski was stolen. He said no. And that was basically it. The defense was going after what the state was trying to say, that she should have called the police, or he should have called the police. But the defense was trying to say he doesn't call the police, period. So that was it. That's all you missed. And then they broke for the day, and the jury charging will be happening in less than an hour, 40 minutes or so. So I hope that that helped, Taylor. Yeah, the whole extortion thing is just such a crazy story. And I just really, the defense really seriously should have spun it as that he was a sugar daddy, because there's plenty of that going on in South Florida. You have stapled money. Just say you're a sugar daddy. Coming over. Hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome, late ones. I also never call the police during my criminal activities. I mean, if somebody was extorting me for something like that, they're like, we murdered so and so, we're gonna I would totally go to the police. I would get a lawyer and have the lawyer help me with it. I wouldn't just go to the police blindly, but because you don't ever really know how that's going to turn out. But I'm certainly not going to let these Latin King gang members that he's so concerned about have control over my life. When if you're innocent, you didn't do anything wrong. How are you being extorted? And seriously, I don't care if you're my best friend, if you are my blood relative. If you murder somebody and it's something like that, and it wasn't like self-defense or, protection, or you just took them out because you don't like, I'm not helping you. I'm not doing nothing. I'm not, no, not. I already warned my family that I've done the 23andMe, and I'm going to upload my DNA to GEDmatch so they can look for familial DNAs. Yeah, so I'm all about having people held accountable for for this stuff, like homicide. Sorry, not going to help you out. If you make a mistake, that's different, but you don't just mistakenly put a hit out on somebody. Go away. All right. People try to extort me all the time, typically for Target gift cards involving my car's extended warranty. Ah, those scammers. Does anybody have fun with those scammers when they text you or call you? Do you mess with them? There's a Reddit forum that has all that stuff. When will they be back? They'll be back. They said 1:15 Eastern, so about 35 minutes. They should be back in 35 minutes. So I am in Central Time, so it's 11:39 here, but in Florida it's 12:39. Hold on one second. I have to look at my calendar for Monday real quick. Yeah. Ooh, Holly likes to mess with the scammers. I definitely think if you guys get bored, check out the text forum. Yeah, check out the text forum on Reddit. It's funny. I'm not going to say much. Let's see. Oh, my cables are stuck together. Yeah. I mean, really depends on your life and situation. If you're scared enough not to go to the police, I think in his situation, it didn't make sense not to go to the police, but everybody's different. Everyone's going to have their different opinion on that. And like I said, I wouldn't just go to the police. I would get an attorney. I would definitely not blindly go to the police for something like that, even if I'm totally innocent. Do. So who is cuter, my dog or my cat? No, I'm just kidding, because that's not even a question. They're both absolutely adorable. Is it still morning? It is. We got 20 minutes left in morning. Good morning, Rapper. Some of the scammers get downright foul. They sure do. They sure do. In the Reddit text forum, they actually have text that is in all the different languages that typically scammers are, that you can send them that offends them. Yeah, yes, the whole thing is absolutely crazy. Who gets their ex-girlfriend's husband to murder your girlfriend's or your sister? See, I'm even messing it up. Who gets their ex-girlfriend, but he said it wasn't even really his girlfriend, you know? I thought this was just some girl that he was the doing the dance with naked. You know, he's been hooking up with her. He said hooked up. He didn't say it was his girlfriend. So that's even weirder to me. And it's weird for someone like him to date somebody that is with people like that. The whole people that are dentists and stuff don't normally associate without them. So, but if you're a pretty woman, you can end up in any circle in Miami. You can get into a bar for free. He did say it was his girlfriend because they were being so weird about if it was a relationship or not. And then I guess it was just he didn't want to marry her. He didn't want to be serious. He didn't want to be serious with her. They were never dating. Ooh. Yeah, it's the whole thing. Like, I'm sitting right here with you guys following, and I'm getting things confused. There's a lot of loops and stuff. Okay. All right. He finally admitted. There's plenty of guys that do that. I don't want a relationship. I like you as a friend and spending time with you. But the stuff that he was saying to her in the text definitely looked like a serious relationship to me, or an F boy, like those kinds of guys that say that stuff to get whatever they want. Ah, see, I thought that. Dated a few months. Yeah, if you say dated a few months, could be friends with benefits, you just hung out. Because there's people that I've definitely would say that I've dated, but wasn't in an actual relationship with, because that's, more serious to me. And yeah, dating in Miami also, a lot of the guys don't want to, well, anybody, men or women, they'll date rather than actually commit so they can do whatever they want. Oh, speaking of spam, I am getting a potential spam call right now. Should we answer it? No, I'm not going to answer it because then then they're going to know my number is an active good scam call. Maybe next time. It makes zero sense as to why Tato and Tatu want to kill Danny. Yeah. Yeah, I that's the part that gets me, like, unless you know for sure that I would want the money first. I mean, first of all, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that at all. But if you're going to do that, you would think that you would get payment first rather than be like, I'm going to do this and you have to pay me. No, that just seems so stupid. Oh. Well, hello, John. I'm glad that you are glad that you came across today. I am the guest host, Jessika For Justice. And I've been having fun with the 13 jurors. I appreciate you guys so much. You've been wonderful. It's been a lot of fun. And like I said, I literally would be doing absolutely nothing today anyway, other than laying on the couch and reading. I would be watching Law and Order. Who am I kidding? So I'm very glad to be here and being able to interact with other humans because my dogs and cats are the only thing that I get to hang out with during the day. He did call her a girlfriend and that she was cheating on him. He also dodged the question about how serious he was. Yeah, it is okay, so we're right. We've heard both things. And to me it sounds like a guy that was telling her one thing but doesn't want anyone to think that it was as serious as he was probably letting her think it was. Okay, this is hilarious. Some say potato, some say potato. That I'm going to leave that one up for a while. I love that. I think we need stickers of that. That should be a saying. I love potatoes so much. I'm going to have to do something with this. Like, I eat potatoes every day, so I love that. Mike, amazing. I wish I could give you something. I have nothing to give. But yeah, that's probably one of the funniest things I've seen today. Love it. Holly told the Microsoft scam guy the password was, "Do you think I'm a stupid idiot?" He had me spell it out about 3 times before he caught on. That's so funny. Yeah, I worked at Apple for 10 years. When I started at Apple, I was the phone support, and my mom actually worked there with me for a few months before I moved to Miami and moved into the retail store. The scammers had called the house phone and told them that they found a virus in her computer and all this stuff, and told her, "Oh, but it's a Mac." It's like, "Oh yeah, we see it there." He's like, "Oh, my daughter works for Apple. Do you want to talk to her?" And they hung up and they stopped calling her, which I thought was pretty funny. But yeah, I love the potato one so much. Seriously, like, I'm gonna need a sticker designed. Yeah, I'm gonna message my friend right now that I need a sticker designed with potato. It had to be a hit. Katie, the Kings wouldn't care about Danny. It was the only way after Ellie set up the extortion sting. Right. What would Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton of experience with Latin Kings myself. Uh, I definitely have gotten myself in trouble and hung around the wrong people when I was younger. Uh, but I don't see them doing that, just like taking a hit out on somebody and then trying to extort money. Right. So John said, "How about this? Somebody's breaking the law, extorting from me and my family. So let's talk in code in case the police department's tapping our phones and they can never find out about the extortion plot." So if let's say you're in that position, right? If you suspected that the police are already tapping your phone, would you then go to the police and tell them you're being extorted? Because I feel like there was so many different plots, different points that he could have stopped and went to the police. I can understand him being scared of the police too, but yeah, it's just in my humble opinion, yeah. I mean, I do know about Latin kings from Gangland. I know that. So he's acting like an expert on gangs on the stand. I'm wondering if he, like, did you work with the gang department of the police? Like, how are you such an expert? Yeah, and we have to work on that song too. We were doing so good. Why would you date someone whose kid's father is a Latin king? And that's something I would be concerned about too. It's maybe she ran with the wrong circle and then tried to do better. And then she moved up from a gang member to a dentist. I mean, we've all been there, right? Now, I mean, I've dated some people, and some people I shouldn't have in my 20s for sure. So I can't really say too much. Amanda Davis, that also cracked me up. This is the second funniest thing that I've seen today. I watched a TV show about gangs, but they don't just sit at the table, masks on, and tell everything. Charlie has been proud of his bad guy connections. I think drugs connect them all. That, you're probably right. I've lived in a lot of different areas, and Miami is a special, different place. It's so weird. It's so weird socially. It's so hard to date and make friends, and it's just a total how society is. And yeah, I could definitely see because those penthouses and stuff in Miami Beach, especially in South Beach, there's a couple I could take y'all to now that I know we're gonna have huge parties with white stuff and women, and that's just how everybody cares about money and status there. So maybe he wanted to be cool. Maybe he's trying to fit in and he's like, yeah, I want some stuff. I don't know. But I couldn't see him just hanging out with those guys. I feel like he'd be someone that's trying too hard, making like making dad jokes. I could see him doing that, making dad jokes in the meeting, buying stuff from them. Yeah, I saw someone say some Latin kings are educated, giving Latin kings a bad rap. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to gangs, there's so many different parts of it. There's people from every background. And it also depends where you are. Gangs in LA and gangs in Chicago are much different than they are in Miami and Houston. We have gangs in Miami and Houston. But it's totally different than LA and Chicago. They don't have like specific areas that you're not allowed in and all that stuff. Yeah. And then they're talking about other substances that are green and broccoli. Yeah. So they were talking about broccoli. So if you have that connection, then pretty good chance you're going to find some other stuff. And the other stuff that you find is going to get more dangerous and the people that you're going to connect to. I mean, you really never know what people are doing in their private life. But he reminds me of a dentist I had in Miami Beach that was so proud of all the celebrity clients that he had, but his was a total scam because he took this map and marked that I had all these cavities, and I didn't believe him because I take good care of my teeth. And I went to another dentist and he said it was discoloration, and I didn't have the things. He was trying to scam me, and it was all about presence there. So I could see a dentist like that doing that kind of stuff. My favorite potato dish, all of them. There's nothing that is made out of potato that I would not eat. I love baked potatoes. I love cottage pie, shepherd's pie, uh, meat and potatoes, pot roast potatoes. If there's potatoes in it, I'm gonna eat it. Love potatoes. I saw that, Mike. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I am most active on Twitter. I am working on being more active on all the other things. So follow me on everything that you have. I promise I'll be more active soon on the other stuff. Going to start streaming hopefully before the holidays on YouTube as well. I just need to get a better chair. Y'all send me some recommendations for a better, cushier, more comfortable chair. Oh, we should have made a bingo card. Yeah, bingo card, craziest stuff. Should have done that. Oh, skinning a cat. I don't want to think about that. There was a movie last night that my roommate was watching, and there was a dog that got injured, and I walked away, and I wouldn't even watch that part of the movie because I don't do animals getting hurt. He is a scary good liar. I don't remember what I had for dinner a couple nights ago. Yeah, me neither. It was probably potatoes. Yeah, I probably ate potatoes. Yes, yeah, I've had potatoes like 3 nights in a row. Yesterday, I had a salad with steak. So oh, Mike's got a funny point here. When I grew up, we're told not to talk to strangers. Nowadays, we tell them to follow us. Yeah. I mean, I grew up on AOL, and I've been meeting people offline since I was, I'm not going to say what year because I feel so old. Well, thank you, Kitty. I'm having so much fun with you guys. It's been great. Also think it's good for my mental health to actually interact with people rather than just sit at home and do phone calls and casework. Either go to the police and ask for protection when you're talking on the phone since you're innocent, talk about the extortion because you know just the police are tapping the line. Yeah. I agree. Oh, yeah. I know how to type really, really quickly because of AOL, because of my arguments on AOL. Yeah, I wasn't a troll, but I definitely wanted to type really fast because, you know, if you got it in there first, you were better. Oh, man, AOL. Those were good times. Yeah. I'm thinking of all the stuff that I did back then. I don't want to think too hard about that. There used to be chat rooms, you know, the chat rooms with different areas, you know, Miami, Fort Myers. I was in the Fort Myers room when I was a teenager, and they used to have parties, and we would all go hang out. And then there's people that probably shouldn't be hanging out with teenagers there. And when I moved to Miami, they had parties too, and I would go meet people in person. And I met Brandi from the internet. We met at CrimeCon. So the internet can be a wonderful place. Not always, though, right? Oh, I need to figure out what I'm gonna eat. Not potatoes. I love potatoes, but I'm gonna eat something different today. I am 40, and I'm starting to feel a little out of the loop. It's so funny to see my roommate's daughter say some of the terms today, and I'm like, "Do you even know what that means?" She's like, "That's lit." I'm like, "Oh God, you're so cute and adorable." Oh, speaking of my roommate's daughter, uh, Lisa, court will resume at in 15 minutes. It's supposed to be in 15 minutes. My roommate's daughter is very sweet, innocent. She just turned 15. She's homeschool kid, and I thought they still taught DARE in school. So I made a joke about her being she was joking about being a risk taker and like adrenaline junkie. I'm like, oh, that's great as long as you jump out of airplanes and don't smoke crack. and she didn't know what crack was at 14. So I wasn't going to explain it. So yeah, she didn't have dare as a kid at all. Embarrassed myself at dinner. Yeah, I don't know if it's because she's homeschooled or what that she didn't know what it was. And then we were at dinner once. This is how innocent she is. She was talking about math and how much she hates math, and she was like, "Meh, math, meth." And she's like, "I combined these two words." I'm like, "You know meth is a word, right? No? Okay, let's not say meth. Don't say meth for meh math. Just say math." And yeah, I couldn't really explain to her why. So that was that was interesting. I was not that sheltered at 15. First time I was arrested, I was 12, but that's a story for another day. Oh, Julie, your son's about to be 27. I'm still struggling with the fact that people that I grew up with have kids that are legally adults, and yeah, that freaks me out. No. Don't worry. I will show her Drugs Inc. and scare the crap out of her. I'm teaching her some of the important things in life, like what to stay away from. Maybe we'll do a dare class over Christmas break while she's here. I know nothing about the Snapchat messages. Were those the messages that they were pulling in court? Or were those the messages from WhatsApp? Because that I don't. Man, you guys know so much. Are you guys taking notes on this case and like, or do you remember all of this? Because there's no way I could remember all these details. Oh, okay. They didn't mention it. I thought I missed something, so thank you. There's a man in the gallery that looks like your high school teacher. I don't think that I would even remember what any of my high school teachers look like. Yeah. Don't remember any Snapchat, no Snapchat. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, even if I sit here, I don't know, my brain works very weird. I can remember all the crime stats and stuff for my area, but I could watch uh like I can watch an entire movie and forget that I've watched it, and I'll look through the preview to make sure it's a movie I've seen or not. I am going to come up with a song for the Aladdin Kings. Okay. Well, I did not write it down last time, so I'm going to have to write the lyrics, and we will finalize this song, and then I will record an entire video. Drugs Inc. is a great show. Drugging, gangland, all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, everybody should learn about what's out there. I think it's not good to be totally sheltered, not have street smarts. What part of Houston am I in? I am in West Houston. I'm in an inner loop. And hopefully you did not hear the burp that I just did. Oh. Mistake, it was WhatsApp. Okay, the WhatsApp one I remember. That one I remember. Okay. No worries. Yeah, Midtown's not too far. Melissa, I have serious brain fog. My memory's worthless. I'm worthless. I'm 48 and have been told that's normal for my stage of life. Right after I turned 40, I went to my doctor for a checkup and talking about all this stuff. And he's like, well, at your age, thanks. Thanks. I literally just turned 40. Do we have to do we have to have that discussion? I would not talk about my age. Thanks. So I'll be honest, I did not know who Brandi was before CrimeCon. I heard about her. Um, we have a mutual friend, and that's how I ended up meeting her and talking with her. So we hung out during the glow party that they had. She's very, very sweet. She's so sweet in person. So yeah, I met her in CrimeCon. I didn't start following her and talking to her until then because we have a mutual friend. But I'm glad I did. Everything worked out great. I was very conflicted on going to CrimeCon. And I'm very glad that I went, and I am planning on going to CrimeCon again. Is anyone else planning on going to CrimeCon in the summer? Hey, if you're in Houston, said follow me on one of the social media, send me a message. We can arrange something. I'm totally down. I literally don't have I don't have that many friends, not gonna lie. I don't hang out with people that often. I work a lot. I do a lot of volunteer stuff. So CrimeCon was in Nashville. I'm sorry, it is going to be in Nashville. The last one was in Orlando, and that's where I met Brandi, was in Orlando. I am planning on going the one in Nashville. And it's a really good discount on the hotel. It's a very expensive hotel that they have it in, and it's a huge discount with the CrimeCon package. It's like $300 a night discount. It's a super nice hotel. I think that they had it in Vegas just a couple years ago, so I don't know if it would be in Vegas again anytime soon, but who knows? And you are so sweet, P. Cooper. I'm glad I'm here too. I'm really glad that I'm here. I was struggling thinking if I was going to start streaming too, and this has been great. All right, so I'm going to post my link tree again. There's my link tree. It's got all my stuff, Twitter, Instagram, all that fun stuff. I'll probably add my email at some point. I was making that this morning because I forgot to make it. I was supposed to make it last night. Yeah, street smarts are always a good thing. Major street smarts. I've lived in, small towns, big towns. I was naive when I first moved to Miami because where I lived in Cape Coral was a much smaller area, and Miami was a culture shock when I moved there, and yeah. Well, I do have a YouTube channel already. It's already created. It's just a matter of me getting going. I have a couple things in the works. Oh. Oh, hold on. My link tree is not going through. I'll have the mods post that it's not working. So the mods can post my link tree. I can, it's tough for me to talk and text myself. Hold on. Okay, well, Hold on. All right, so I'm sending the mods the link again. Okay, they'll post it. They will post it. And Brandi and I are trying to figure out what's going to happen on Monday and what we're going to do. I'm not even going to acknowledge that the way I laughed. All right. Hi, Be Kind Tiger. Nice to see you again, too. And their True Crime Ranch just posted the link tree. There's my link tree. I thought I was posting it a bunch of times, but I wasn't. There you go. So there it is. The link tree is just Jessika For Justice as well. Everything is Jessika For Justice, but for some reason the links and stuff weren't, or when people were searching for me, they were having trouble. So all the links are there. And thank you, Melissa. I've heard that before. I've just never taken advantage of it. The interview that I just did on the domino effect of murder when I was the guest host, she introduced me as the golden voice, which is so funny. I should have read audiobooks or something and made money off of that. Okay, we got 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes until they get back to the jury part. But we won't get any more super excitement. Yeah, don't worry, y'all. So Twitch, yeah, so on what I do on Twitch is normally DJ music. So I always get copyright issues because it's music. And sometimes I stream games, Jurassic Park. There's a No, you're right, Holly. I still have not eaten. I will go. You know what? I'm gonna go grab some snacks and use the restroom. Let me unmute this. No, unmute. All right, so that's unmuted. So if they come back while I'm gone, then you'll be able to hear it. Come on. Let me make sure it's unmuted. Oh wait. Okay, yeah, okay, it's not muted. Perfect. Yeah, I haven't been on Twitch as much because I've been so busy with the stuff that I'm trying to do. I love DJing. I love music, and DJing on Twitch was a way for me to connect with people during the pandemic, because it's kind of Twitch is kind of like this with the chat, but yeah, sometimes there's more of a problem on there. Not a people person in person, so I think CrimeCon would give me anxiety. Yeah, so I took a safety person with me when I went. I was scared to go because I am also not a people person in person. I am a very anxious person. So I didn't know if I was going to be able to handle CrimeCon, but it's huge. There's a ton of people. It's very busy, but everybody is so nice. Everybody is so nice there. You have common interest, and it's like 89% women. There's very few men there. Very few men. There's not very many men involved in true crime in general, but I would say it's like 8 to 1. 8 women for every man there. So if you're a single man, you might really seriously want to consider going to CrimeCon. I'm trying to get my roommate to go. All right, let me fix our pet cam so I can go get some snacks. I need to eat some cheese. All right, kitten, are you going? We're going to try to put it on the cat, or maybe the dog. No, the dog's going to follow me. The cat will stay. All right. Brandi is, I think she might be in the courtroom, or she might be going home. I'm not sure, because she had said initially that she was going to stay, but she might be driving home already because it's a few hours drive. So we'll see. We'll see if she's in the courtroom. All right, let's see. Let me switch the camera and see what I see. Okay. This is such a crappy camera. That is, well, now you guys get to see Olive. There's the cat. Not the best view, but it's better than looking at the background. The dog is gonna, I need a better second camera. That one sucks. Anyway, you can stare at my cat and my bed that is made, by the way, and my nightstand. So we're gonna turn it more. There we go. There she is. So closing will likely be on Monday. This is going to be jury instructions and stuff after this. So all right, so stare at my cat. I'm going to go get some snacks. It's unmuted. It's not muted. If there's any issues with audio, that is them. Yeah. So just double check them before I get up. I will be back in a few minutes and you can watch my cat on the bed.
All right, Mr. Evans, been sent to everyone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Right.
Here, just lower.
Mr. Rauschbaum, Ms. Myers, typically how I do this, I go through each instruction and we simply just edit it as we go. I believe it's better to work through the full instructions so that way everyone has an opportunity to be heard concerning anything they wish to argue for or anything that they want to omit.
That's fine, Your Honor.
As to 3.1, is there any objection or request?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
3.2, any objection or request?
No objection. Request would be probably conspiracy to commit probably first-degree murder.
Right. I will make that edit. And the same with regard to solicitation, Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir.
Does the defense wish to be heard concerning 3.2?
No, Your Honor.
All right. As to introduction to homicide, given what has been argued as a part of the defense case, I really don't know how the justifiable or excusable can be given. Are you advocating for either?
We are not, Your Honor.
The state is not.
All right. And what I'm going to do then Is there a concession by the defense that the homicide was not excusable or justified?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I will remove from 7.1 all reference to excusable and justified homicide.
Your Honor, one brief issue. I know that this is part of the standard instructions, but just for the record, we do waive lesser included offenses. So just putting it out there.
State, do you wish for second degree and manslaughter to be given?
No, sir.
Very well.
I would suggest using the first line under introduction to homicide, and where it says Charles Adelson is accused of first degree murder in count 1 of the indictment, and then read the last sentence of that just above count 1. It says, I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first degree murder. End that with a period, get rid of the or lesser included crime.
One moment. What is the defense's position as to the proposed edit?
We're fine with that, Your Honor.
All right. Then it will read as requested. Charles Adelson is accused of first degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. I will just add, I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first degree murder.
That's fine, Your Honor.
And for all the edits that I'm making right now, everyone will receive a copy of this as well.
Your Honor, a very minor.
Go ahead.
The indictment numbers the counts with non-Roman numerals. I don't know. So I don't know if you want to just keep it consistent. Want to say instead of count 1, no Roman numeral 1, just use the number 1. I'm not wedded to it, but obviously just consistency.
I don't think it makes a difference, but Mr. Evans, do you have a position?
No, sir.
I'll just give the Roman numerals.
Okay.
All right. The italicized portion in 7.2, I'm going to remove. And I believe the state's, Mr. Evans, the state only theory going to be premeditated.
Yes, sir. So I would suggest doing away with when it says there are 2 ways.
Yes.
That entire section together, because I think it would read fine. I now instruct you on the circumstances must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first degree murder.
To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder would be the next sentence.
Yes, sir.
All right. As to the elements, element 1, Daniel Markell is dead. And I wasn't certain if you all wanted it to read Dan or Daniel. It really doesn't make a difference, I believe, but is there a preference?
It's alleged in the indictment. Trying to remember what we did last time.
Last time was Daniel,
Daniel.
I believe.
Yeah, we can go with Daniel because I think they've identified him as both. So
Very well. Elements 1, 2, and 3, really the only thing that the court has edited with this are just changing the names of defendant and victim. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Charles Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. Any objection or request as to the 3 elements?
No, Your Honor.
no, sir.
All right, moving on to the definitions. An act will be given, killing with premeditation will be given. The question of premeditation will be given. And then the rest of the instruction deals with legally adequate provocation. I assume this is not being requested since there's no argument for it being justified or excusable.
State's not requesting it, Your Honor.
Defense?
Same, Your Honor.
All reference then to legally adequate provocation will be removed, and the instruction will end at the definition of the question of premeditation. And the state is waiving all lessers as well.
Yes, sir.
And the defense specifically is waiving all lesser includeds.
Yes, Your Honor.
And all reference to lesser includeds will be removed and also from the verdict form as well. All right, and that will take us right into after the instruction on first degree murder, 3.5A principles.
State is requesting that instruction, Your Honor.
Very well. It will read, if the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all things the other person or persons did, if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to, and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. And essentially, it would just be the standard language. Does the defense have any objection or request it wishes to raise?
No, Your Honor.
3.5B, principles when active participant hired by defendant.
State is requesting that one as well.
All right, as to number 3 within 3.5B, I edited this to read, the crime was committed by Sigfredo Garcia and or Luis Rivera. Do you wish there to be any other edits?
I think that that's fine with us, Your Honor.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, that will be fine.
After 3.5B, this is where earlier when I was suggesting intent as a standalone instruction from 13.1, this is where I would otherwise think it's a good place for it to be inserted. It would just read intent in capital letters and below. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. Does the state have any position about giving in the definition of intent as a standalone instruction or where it should go?
No, sir, that would be acceptable spot.
Defense?
Your Honor, I don't believe it's necessary because principle in particular does talk about conscious intent. I don't know that we need a separate instruction on it.
Well, it certainly incorporates the word intent, but nowhere, I believe, is intent defined specifically.
I don't believe this separate intent instruction was used in the prior trial. Or I don't know about the first one, but I don't believe it was in the instructions in the previous case. I don't think it's necessary. So we would object.
Very well, Mr. Evans.
I do not believe it was included in the last one. I don't believe either side requested it. We would, we are okay with it. We would request that it be given.
Right. The test for the inclusion of an instruction, I believe, is found at Butler versus State, 14 Southern 3rd, 269, with the factors being an instruction accurately states the applicable law, the facts in the case support giving the instruction, and the instruction was necessary to allow the jury to properly resolve all issues in the case. Whether or not the defendant has acted with intent as it relates to the primary offense, first-degree murder, I don't think anyone is disputing whatsoever. I'm going to give the instruction as requested from the state, as it does meet the grounds outlined in Butler. Is there any argument as to where it should be positioned within the instructions themselves?
It could either go where it is, or it could be placed after the reasonable doubt instruction. I don't have any strong feelings one way or the other.
Does the defense have a position as to where it would be positioned?
I think, I'm sorry, did you say before reasonable doubt? or
Yeah,
no?
after.
I think if it's gonna be included, it should be before reasonable doubt.
I do not have a problem with sticking it before a reasonable doubt.
Very well, I will move it there. Right, moving on to count 2, conspiracy to commit. And Mr. Evans, you would ask that this read first degree murder.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Right, element 1, the intent of Charles Adelson was that the offense of first degree murder would be committed. And then as to element 2, I'm just going to remove the italicized portion. Because we've already defined first degree murder in the instructions, I don't believe we need to repeat it. Is either party asking for it?
No, sir.
No, you're.
All right, moving on to element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Charles Adelson, Mr. Evans, which of the bracketed portions are you asking for?
We would ask for all 4, Your Honor.
Well, I will just place a semicolon after each one.
And we would request that between combined and confederated, that an or be placed.
That's fine. You said after the semicolon or before it?
It would be after the semicolon if I'm
Yes.
grammatically correct.
Just making sure. All right, element 2, in order to carry out the intent, Charles Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Catherine McBanawa, and this was another edit I made, and other co-conspirators to cause the first degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. Is there any objection or request?
No, sir. Indictment.
I don't know that he's accused in the indictment, Your Honor, of conspiring with others. I think.
Let me bring up the indictment.
Oh, you know what, Your Honor? No objection.
Very well. And go back to how that will read once again. In order to carry out the intent, Charles Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Catherine McBanawa and or other co-conspirators to cause the first degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that, and the state's asking for all 4 again.
Yes, sir.
It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. As it pertains to the good faith affirmative defense of renunciation, is there any argument for this?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Not from the state. We don't believe there's any evidence of it, Your Honor.
I'll remove it. I don't believe there's any evidence either, but better to ask the question than just delete. Right. There are no category 1 lesser includeds of count 2. Are there any being requested by the defense
No, Your
or the state?
No, sir.
Moving on to count 3, the wording of the header, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Is that the state's request once again?
Yes, sir.
To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, this is where I've edited this during the trial, but it would read, Charles Adelson solicited Catherine Magbanoa, Sigfredo Garcia, and or Luis Rivera to commit first-degree murder. Any objection or request?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Element 2, during the solicitation, Charles Adelson, and of the bracketed portions, Mr. Evans, which are being requested.
All 4. And the or being in place, consistent with what we did in prior instruction.
Very well. Starting back at the beginning, during the solicitation, Charles Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Catherine Magbanoa, Sigfredo Garcia, and or Luis Rivera to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. And the one definition that would be given would be to solicit. The affirmative defense, again, concerning renunciation, this would be removed unless there's any argument for keeping it.
None from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Well, following then count 3, the definition of intent would be given as a standalone instruction. Then we would move into 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. 3.9, weighing the evidence. And then going into the witness testimony, specifically of the give as applicable portion, which are being asked for.
I believe from what I've heard, all but number 10.
Defense.
Definitely. Well, I think we want 6, 7, 8. I think 9. I think we ought to take out. I don't know if anyone's been convicted of a misdemeanor, so I don't know if that's applicable.
Certainly felony.
I don't know that there's been
I don't think there's been any.
reputation evidence per se.
I don't believe there's been any specific. That's the reason the state isn't requesting it.
Right, 10 will be removed then. As to 9, you're just asking, has the witness been convicted of a felony, and put the question mark there.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Myers?
That's fine.
For 8, I will just put an or between he and she. It would read, the witness at some other time make a statement that's inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court.
That's fine.
Right, law enforcement witness, is this being requested? Under the give as applicable, next give as applicable section.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, the fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. We have had multiple experts. I assume the parties want this to be given as well.
Yes, sir.
Accomplices and informants. The amening can stop from the defense table for this one. All right, as the bracketed portion, claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime and hopes to gain favorable treatment would be the ones I think are most appropriate. Is anything else being asked for?
I think, Your Honor, the immunity piece is important because Ms. Magbanua was offered immunity at various points.
I don't have any objection to it because also remember Ms. Adelson testified.
Right. Then it will read, for example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime, comma, has been promised immunity from prosecution, comma, or hopes to gain more favorable treatment. I guess this really isn't a his or her. This is just really her case. Mr. Evans, is there any objection to editing out his and the or from hopes to gain?
We would object, Your Honor. I don't know that the evidence came out at trial, but Mr. Rivera has written quite a few letters to the state, and then I believe he's filed a number of motions asking for a reduced sentence based on his cooperation and testimony. So I believe it's.
Well, if it didn't come out in trial, those would be facts, not evidence, would they not?
They would be, but okay,
Ms. Myers,
that's fine,
there's not a good faith argument for arguing facts, not evidence.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it's not good faith, it's just confused. So no, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Evans, unless you have an issue, I'll leave it in, but really the only person the jury has heard that's hoping to gain favorable treatment is Ms. Magbanua.
Yes, sir. I don't have any objection to removing it.
Very well. Hopes to gain more favorable treatment in her own case. May have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. All right, at this portion, it will remain his or her because this would go to both Rivera and Magbanua. There are no children witnesses in this matter. Defendant has testified, so that will be given. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the other witnesses. Witness talk to lawyer. Is this being requested?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe they have both sides. What I understand, but from what I saw, several witnesses have been talking to lawyers.
Right. And I will just place an or between his and her, and the given all cases will be given. Yes.
Your Honor,
Ms. Myers.
I'm not sure I remember what testimony that is about witness talking to a lawyer. Other than the defendant talking to his own attorneys, and I don't know that that warrants an instruction.
Are you asking for it to be removed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Evans, is there a specific piece of the testimony that you're referring to for why you wish it to remain?
One of the defendant did, I recall, testified this morning that he had talked to his lawyer, and then I'm trying to remember during the director cross of Ms. Magbanua if there was any discussions about her talking with her lawyer or with the prosecutor.
I believe in reference to both the proffer and also the lack of her attorneys being here, it came up in both contexts. Is there any further argument from the defense? I would think this line is fairly benign. It's not otherwise alluding to anyone doing something improper.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Your Honor. I think in connection with the proffers, Ms. Magbanua, the state is correct, that Ms. Magbanua did testify that she did not speak to her, or did not have her lawyers present. So that's.
Present in the courtroom or present during the proffer itself?
Present in the proffer, is what I believe she said, or maybe she was referring to the courtroom, but either way, it's fine, Your Honor.
Very well. Defendant's statements, this will be given. Any objection or request to the wording?
I don't believe my understanding is 3.9 refers to statements that Mr. Adelson would have made to police, and he was never interviewed by police.
If you're asking for it to be removed, I'll remove it.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Very well. I do believe this does raise the context of law enforcement statements at the same time as there was an active wire. It kind of straddles that line, but I will remove unless the state is asking for it to be given for some reason.
No, sir, I'm not asking for it to be given.
Right, rules for deliberation, 3.10. Any objection or request?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
It's fine, Your Honor.
Cautionary instruction, any objection or request?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
3.12 sub A, any objection or request?
No, sir.
No,
3.12 verdict, any objection or request?
No, sir.
I will modify the verdict form to get rid of the lessers for count 1.
Yes, sir.
Then it will read, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit, and I'll just make it consistent here, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3, we, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the information. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder.
Your Honor, I believe on that, I believe it should read indictment.
Oh, yes, it should. Thank you. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 3, and then to be signed and dated by the foreperson.
Be November, I believe.
Yes, I've already made that change.
You were an optimist. You put October.
Well, you never know. All right, 2.7 closing. Any objection or request?
No, sir.
3.13 submitting the case. Really, the main edit to be made in this is what will go back with them.
I'm confused on that, Your Honor.
What I have in my edit now is the audio, cell phone summary, discs, jump drives, photographic, and video exhibits will be sent into the jury room when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing.
Acceptable.
Defense?
That's fine, Your Honor.
I think the main thing as it relates to any disc or multimedia piece of evidence, nothing else is on there except what needs to be on there. So it's not causing any potential for a mistrial. if you all need to review what is going to go back to ensure this, it's probably a good idea, especially since we have all afternoon. But that would be me putting a bug in your ears. So there's nothing going back there that shouldn't be.
We have not submitted any electronic evidence, Your Honor, but we will confer with the state to ensure that the transcripts aren't part of the wires that go back.
Because I believe all of those were just demonstrative for being out here. Once they're in there, it's just the raw footage or raw audio.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Any other requests or objections as to the instructions?
No, sir.
No, Your
I
Honor.
will send both sides a copy of what has just been edited on my screen. You'll have an opportunity to review it further if you wish. And before we get started on Monday morning, if something needs to be changed, well, I'll put it this way. If you're asking for anything else, please email my assistant immediately. So that way on Monday, we can just jump into it and keep rolling.
Yes.
All right. We are in recess.
Is that it? Is it done, or is there going to be anything else, or is that it? Because he said recess. I didn't know if he meant like today or they're going to come back. They would have set a time if they were coming back, I'm guessing. Yeah, I think that's it too. Okay. For clear me. Let me turn that sound off. All right. So Brandi did sorry. My cat was pulling the cable on my headphones. Yeah, the jury went home earlier. So Brandi did end up leaving. She wanted to get home. She will be back on Monday in the courtroom live, and I will also be back on Monday to be guest host again. So hopefully that's okay with y'all, and we can hang out. Hopefully the closings are good and we feel better about that. But today wasn't brain numbing like it was yesterday with the defense. So you'll see the new link up soon. You got to let Brandi get home first, and then she'll make the new link and everything. And I'm going to work on some stuff here to try to get a better pet angle, more lighting, something. I'll figure out the rest of the stuff that I had issues with today, and I'll make sure I have pants on before I jump on Monday. I think so. When I asked about the poll, someone said it's in the YouTube account. I don't have access to her account, so I don't know if I can do that, but I'll double check with Brandi. I don't have anything planned for this weekend. If I do anything this weekend, it would be a pop-up. So maybe, probably not though. But I had a lot of fun with you guys today and yesterday. So I am glad that we got to hang out for a bit more. I was disappointed earlier when I thought it was over. At least they're leggings. Leggings are close to no pants, right? And I have tons of snacks already for Monday, so I don't have to worry about any going to the grocery store again at 6 a.m. to grab more stuff. I'm already here. I'm going to post my link tree again from Brandi's account in StreamYard, as I didn't know it wasn't working on mine. So there is the link for my link tree if you want to follow me on anything. And if I do end up doing something on the weekend, you'll see it on one of the social medias. So I'll see y'all bright and early on Monday, 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 Eastern Time. I'll see y'all then. Have a good evening.